Okay, I'm going to call to order tonight's meeting, the regularly scheduled meeting Wednesday, October 4th, 2017 of the Reno City Planning Commission. And the first thing that we are going to do is have Pledge of Allegiance. I'd ask Commissioner Weisky to lead us in that, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you, Michelle. Can we have roll call, please?
Okay. Mark Johnson,
Here.
Britton Griffith Douglas, Ed Hawkins,
Here.
Paul Levis,
Here.
John Marshall is absent, Kevin Weisky,
Here.
and Peter Gower is also absent. We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. The next item on our agenda is public comment. This item is for either public comment on any action item or for any general public comment. I do have two requests to speak form under this item, and then again, we will have public comment under the specific items. So I will call up first Tammy Hartstill, please.
Good afternoon, Tammy Holtstill for the record, Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee. Here, speaking about a couple different things. First of all, when it comes to the on your agenda longboards pizza, I think that they should be just like Round Table Pizza. They should be able to have their liquor, their beer and wine license. I think it's an asset to the community. It's not a deficit. Now, as far as a deficit, I think the city of Reno is in a deficit. Your planning commission is approving projects that should not be done in the North Valleys. You know you have an issue out there with water and water retention and your affluent waters, and it's time for you to stop. Stop building, stop spreading, stop annexing. You cannot service Stonegate. You have no way, no funds, know how to do it, but yet you annexed it and you approved Stonegate. It is time to stop. You can't service the area out by Arkansas on Lemon Drive where they want to put 10 feet of dirt in a floodplain to flood other residents. You need to stop. Stop with this. Deal with what you have inside your city limits first before you start post-stamp annexing, which the statute says you're not supposed to be doing. You haven't done anything with Lemon Drive. It has to have the HESCO barriers. People are breaking the speed limits out there. In fact, I've called into the city of Reno, Washoe County, and the state of Nevada about people passing on a blind curve out there because of the HESCO barriers. Now, there are 5 25-mile-an-hour signs that have been cut down or driven down so that there's no speed limit signs. It's time for you guys to maintain what you have first before you try being greedy. It's like the kid in the candy store. My other example was, remember Roger Rabbit when Jessica walks in the room? That's what you guys are like with the developers. And it needs to stop. You need to think about what you're doing to the existing residents before you start creating more of a mess. You have no control over water. You have no control over your services. And we need control of that lake and Swan Lake and White Lake. It should look like Black Rock Desert right now, which is dry, where Burning Man was at. And it's not dry. No, those 3 lakes are dry lakes, and they are not dry. What does that tell you? What have you done differently? What has Washoe County done differently in the development areas versus the Black Rock Desert? I can tell you there's a lot of things that are being done that shouldn't be done. And you guys need to think about it, please. Thank you.
Thank you. The next request to speak form I have is from Danny Cleus.
Don't need to say much. My name is Danny Cleus, for the record. Stonegate, big disappointment. You know, you guys say we need to develop, we need to grow. Well, do it responsibly. You're taking out wildlife out of there. That is a natural drainage into White Lake. Not good, guys. Now it's just going to flow into there instead of seep into the ground before it gets there. As everybody knows, the lakes haven't gone down. Why? Has anybody looked into that? You opened up a big floodgate when you approved Stonegate. Now there's Train Town going to come in. There's other ones that want to come in. You guys going to approve those too? Our freeways can't handle what they have now. What the hell? You're going to add in 2,000 more cars? And that's just the parents. What if they have older kids? They drive too. That's another 1,000 cars? Come on. What is going on? Prada Ranch project in Lemon Valley. Their property is still underwater. I hope that doesn't get passed because they want to lift their property 10 feet. There's warehouses that want to go off of Military Road in Lear. They want to raise their property up. What does that do for me? Come on. Be responsible about this development stuff. Right now, I can't see any. There's a problem with water. Big problem. We're still dealing with it out there. And you guys, hey, let's develop it. We need that extra money. We don't have police. You guys have Lemon Valley Drive now. I've seen one city cop out there. One. We can't even get the sheriffs out there. Why? Because there's not enough money for that. You guys want this development to pay for those? You guys are behind the 8 ball now with police, fire, emergency, everything. Developers aren't going to pay for it. The income from that development is not going to add another, city's behind 40-something cops now? The sheriffs are behind 60-something cops? You think they're going to add that up? And then you're going to have more people in there, so that's another 20, 30 more cops? Be smart about the developments. I don't want to end up like I did last year. And this year's looking like it's going to. I don't want to end up like that 20 years down the road either. Where's my granddaughter going? I only have her out once a month because of this mess. I don't want to drive into town. I hate town. I hate coming here. I hate going to the county. But I have to. Because some reason it doesn't get through your guys' head. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else that would like to speak under general public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back to the next item on our agenda, which is the approval of the Reno City Planning Commission minutes from August 30th.
Commissioner Weisky, so moved.
Motion, do I have a second?
Commissioner Hawkins, second.
Commissioner Hawkins, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. And then the next one is the Reno City Planning Commission minutes from September 6th.
Commissioner Weisky, so moved.
Commissioner Olivas, second.
Motion is second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Okay, the next item is the City Council Liaison Reports.
Claudia Hanson, Planning Manager. I have nothing from Councilwoman Breckus.
Okay, so we'll move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the unfinished business public hearings. The first item on that agenda is LDC 17-00061, Meridian 120, South Village 1 and 2. We'll start with a presentation by the applicant. Sorry. Okay, actually, before we start, Andy, Commissioner Douglas.
Commissioner Griffith Douglas, for the record. My family company, this is a disclosure for the evening for Michelle. My family company has an ongoing business relationship with some of the entities and some of the persons involved in this application and has actually assisted in preparing submittals and project applications for project in this area in the past. I have been advised by the City Attorney's Office that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation might be materially affected by this ongoing relationship, and therefore, this evening, I shall abstain from voting on items 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3.
Okay, thank you. So just For the rest of the commission's information, there are now 4 of us here. So if anyone has to get up and leave, we do have to suspend the meeting because this is the minimum quorum that we need to have. So keep that in mind, and I'll return it back over to.
Just 1 second as we get the PowerPoint up. Good evening. Thank you. For the record, Andy Durling with Wood Rogers, representing the applicant for Meridian 120. These are the South Villages 1 and 2. Before you tonight is a tentative map for 78 single-family lots, as well as a special use permit for fills over 10 feet, as well as disturbance to a major drainage way. This area is in the Mortensen-Garson planning area. Just to give a little history lesson, the Mortensen-Garson plan was originally approved in the early 2000s. It subsequently went to Judge Hardesty's court and ended up as a settlement agreement between the city of Reno and Washoe County. That settlement agreement was set to expire some years later, and instead of letting it expire, the city of Reno actually included it in code and codified it, and now all of the items that are necessary of this development are actually part of code. The area identified for the project area is zoned single-family 9,000 square foot lots, SF9, large lot residential 1 acre, or LLR1, as well as some open space to the southern portion. As an overview of the Mortensen-Garson plan, over 2,700 units remain out of the 3,000 overall allowed within the plan area. This project area in particular could allow for upwards of 158 lots. Breaking that down into the 2 residential zoning districts we have, you'd have approximately an allowance for 142 single-family 9,000 square foot lots and 16 1-acre lots. What we have proposed is a lot less than that at 78 lots with 64 SF9 lots and 14 LLR1 lots. Just want to point out that the overall gross density then of this subdivision is 1.77 dwelling units per acre. So effectively, to give you kind of a comparison, that is a larger than half-acre lot density for this subdivision. 78 lots, of the 78 lots, 64 are 9,000s, 14 are 1-acre lots. Overall of the 78 lots, the average lot size is well over 17,000 square feet. Just looking at the smaller lots in here, while the minimum lot size is 9,000 square feet, excuse me, our average lot size is well in excess of that at 11,300. 25% of this project site is provided as open space or common area. There will be a couple of emergency access, one at the cul-de-sac bulb in the northwest corner, and then also emergency access only on the cul-de-sac bulb on the far east side of the development to Deer Mountain Drive. There will be a trail connection to the Steamboat Ditch outside of this cul-de-sac here. We have to perpetuate the existing irrigation laterals off of the Steamboat Ditch to the ditch users to the north of us. So we will have different laterals coming through the site. There are some conditions that deal with that in the staff report. Finally, we will be dedicating, again, a requirement of the Mortensen-Garson plan, a 2.9 acre fire station site at the interchange of I-80 and Boomtown-Garson Road. Looking at a few of the items of interest for this development, the Steamboat Ditch is obviously of interest to us and probably to the neighbors as well. The Steamboat Ditch makes up the majority of the southern boundary of this subdivision. We will be improving the ditch access road along the southern boundary. This will have a twofold improvement. We'll be providing an improved bike and pedestrian trail along there, as well as fixing some of the low points that are in the ditch profile to help its carrying capacity. At the 2 locations where the drainage ways currently impact the Steamboat Ditch, which are indicated with the blue arrows on the overhead, we'll be providing culvert crossings at both those drainage way locations to take storm flows out of the ditch and perpetuate it through the site. There is an existing relief structure at the eastern drainage way, approximately where this blue arrow is here, that currently is used to alleviate the water flow in the ditch and empty it into the major drainage way. Water service in this area is currently provided by the West Reno Water Company. This water company is regulated by the Nevada Division of Water Resources and is currently going through a Public Utility Commission approval process. That PUC approval process is a requirement for any water system that serves more than 25 users. We do have a TUMWA discovery, a Turkey Meadows Water Authority discovery that identifies opportunities to connect that water system to the TUMWA system. Currently, we're in negotiations with TUMWA on a wholesale agreement that would provide supplemental water into this system in the interim in order to rest wells seasonally and in times of drought. The overall goal of that wholesale agreement is to ultimately have this system be part of the TUMWA system. Excuse me. The project is designed to TUMWA standards, and there are conditions that address that. The existing backbone infrastructure to the north of us, which is in the Meridian North portion, which was approved by this commission in 2015. We have existing backbone infrastructure in those portions of the industrial and the 273 lots to the north that have been oversized in anticipation of this TUMWA connection. I'll point out that conditions 27, 28, and 29 adequately address the current and future water needs for this subdivision. The water system here is regulated by both the state and county entities to ensure health standards and sufficient water resources exist. And tentative map findings 1, 2, 3, and 10 can definitively be made because of this. Traffic, we understand, may be another point of interest. The Mortenson-Garson Overlay District requires that intersections operate within this area at a level of service C, with the exception of freeway and on and off ramps. I just want to point out that a level of service C is much more restrictive than anywhere else in the city. Anywhere else in the city, we're held to a standard of level of service D. So this is markedly an improvement over anywhere else in the city as far as traffic flow goes. Traffic study provided with this application indicates that existing intersections do operate at the acceptable level of service C, and future development in the south, which could include portions more, the southern portion of the Mortenson-Garson plan. We are currently analyzing the traffic patterns from that additional, just kind of for your edification, in a comprehensive traffic study. While the Mortenson-Garson plan sort of acts and feels like a planned unit development, it isn't. And so we're taking steps that we would typically take in a PUD in order to address things like traffic and overall water service to this area. I did want to point out, I believe that staff has provided an addendum to a few of the conditions, and just want to clarify on conditions specifically 15 and 17 that deal with the steamboat ditch and floodwaters in association with that. It talks about the approval process for those conditions being subject to Public Works Department and the Steamboat Ditch Company. I just want to clarify for the record our understanding of that Public Works Department of the City of Reno is tasked with approving the actual stormwater flows, hydrology and hydraulics of that, and that the Steamboat Ditch Company's purview would come into ensuring that any structures we put in the ditch does not impede the flow of their irrigation water. So just want a point of clarification, and we are in agreement with the staff report and the amended memo that was provided, I believe, by engineering staff. With that, I have a little less than 8 minutes, Mr. Chairman. If I can reserve the rest of that time for any rebuttal, I would appreciate that. And I will be available for any questions.
Thank you, Andy. Michelle, if you can save the time for Andy, and we will bring up staff.
Thank you. Oh. Thank you and good evening. For the record, Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. I think Andy provided a pretty thorough overview of the request. It is a tentative map request for a 78-lot residential subdivision and special use permit requests for fills over 10 feet and disturbance of a major drainage way. A little bit of more of background on the Mortenson-Garson plan. The plan came about in 2001. The city of Reno annexed a large area, this area here, the Mortenson-Garson area. The Washoe County sued, and the result was a settlement agreement with Washoe County and the city of Reno. Out of that agreement came a development standards handbook, and as Andy mentioned, it's not a planned unit development. It acts a lot like one. It covers a lot of detail, but it wasn't. It was recorded with the land, and that agreement expired in 2012. Prior to it expiring, the city of Reno adopted Mortenson-Garson master plan element and incorporated the development standard handbooks in a zoning overlay. So it carried over. It's currently in the master plan, and overlay standards and zoning are adopted in code. The Mortenson-Garson overall plan, it's broken down into 3 areas. It includes over 2,700 acres. of land. 3,000 residential dwelling units are entitled in the plan area and 300 commercial acres. And again, there are extensive and various planning conditions similar to a PUD in the Mortensen Garson overlay. This is the first subdivision in Planning Area 3. That's the area, the largest portion of Mortensen Garson plan area, and it's the area included that's south of Interstate 80. Planning Area 3 allows for 1,799 residential units. The project has to adhere to all the overlay and base zoning standards, including dedication of a fire station site, demonstration of traffic level of service C, compatible grading, wildland interface. The overlay standards are extensive and a direct carryover from the settlement agreement. So to the request at hand, disturbance of a major drainage way. There is one major drainage way within the subject site highlighted in that blue box on the eastern portion. It encompasses 3 of the proposed lots. The proposal would disturb about 17,500 square foot area to facilitate an emergency access road. It would facilitate a culvert box underneath. Generally minimal disturbance. Conditions 11 through 13 are recommended to ensure drainage and infrastructure is located within the common area and not within a private parcel. The other request is for cuts and fills. The site is flat. 91% of the site's less than 15%. Special use permit is required for fills over 10 feet. That would include areas cover about 2% of the site area. A little hard to see with the projection here, but it's 3 of those lots and a very small portion of some of the interior. So minimal fills of over 10 feet. Hydrology is a concern. Multiple storm events have historically resulted in the Steamboat Ditch overflowing in the subject area and the surrounding existing county neighborhood. Conditions 15 through 24 are proposed to address hydrology issues of concern. They include ditch operation plans, expanded studies evaluating flood mitigation, water seepage, ditch failure protection measures, and enhanced master hydrology reports. As Indy mentioned, staff had met with them to reevaluate conditions 12, 15, 17. Those handed out in a Planning Commission memo, really some minor points of clarification. Still the substance of the conditions remain. Staff strongly recommends that these conditions remain and do agree with the clarifications presented in your Planning Commission memo. I'm available for any questions at the appropriate time, as well as Shawnee Dunnigan and Janelle Thomas.
Thank you, Nathan. This is a public hearing, and I have a couple of requests to speak forms tonight. So I'm going to open public comment. I'm going to go through these in order, read your name, and apologies in advance if I have some issues with pronunciation or reading handwriting. If you do want to make a request to speak form and haven't filled one of these out, please see Michelle over there, and we'll be sure to get your comments in there. So with that, and everyone will have 3 minutes. In the interest of all of us, if you have entitlement to all 3 minutes, but if you want to add on to what someone else is saying, we totally understand with that as well. So I'm going to start with Catherine Smith, followed by Dawn Rice.
Would it be possible to put the map, the subdivision map, back on the screen?
I believe we can do that.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Smith. I've lived on Blue Heron Circle for 47 years. The Verdi area community has developed this presentation for the Planning Commission to address issues we believe you should consider when recommending, conditioning, or declining approval of the proposal before you. It will identify a point of view, a context from our living here experience to enable you to make feasible recommendations/decisions regarding Meridian 120. We wish to thank the clerk's staff for allowing us to link our 3-minute comment periods together so that we can present a cohesive, thoughtful overview of our concerns. My personal concern is that the charm and character of Verdi itself will be overwhelmed. Then, supposedly, growth pays for growth. That conversion from rural land use to urban land uses increases values to landowners and thereby provides resources to pay for growth. Are these value increases enough to cover all these costs? It is the responsibility of the governance structure, beginning with the Planning Commission, City Council, and County Commission, to guarantee these costs are covered. Are there now ordinances and documents of planning regulation? Do these carry oversight and responsibility to some future HOA? I am completely dependent on my well water. Additionally, I'm concerned about the change of ingress-egress by redirection of Blue Heron. That affects Belli Ranch. It affects Blue Heron Park subdivision when it comes to fire. We've been trapped once in '95 when the Belli Ranch fire occurred. That would stop access to Warrior Lane and I-80. Those who follow me will, just a moment, address the areas of water, transportation, including road systems and traffic, flooding, stormwater, and normal drainage, education and school impacts, and environment, focusing on wildlife impacts. Please consider all our views. Thank you.
So Don Rice, followed by Pam Mortara.
Hi, my name is Dawn Rice. I've lived on Riverbend Drive for 30-plus years after being born and raised in Reno and being here all my life. I've experienced several flood events since I've been out there, and I am totally dependent on my well water, which my well isn't producing real well right now as is. I'm going to talk about some water concerns. Our community concerns regarding water emanate from the fact that our entire area is dependent on wells. Areas north of the Truckee River have experienced significant problems with wells drilled hundreds of feet with very low yields. Some well owners along Bridge Street had to drill wells deeper when a nearby golf course used residential wells on their property to irrigate the golf course. These situations have heightened concerns and raised anxiety levels. From 2001, when the original MG planned unit development was first presented, moved through a community negotiation process, approval by the Planning Commission and City Council, water was a priority focus of community concern. The final agreement included the extension of municipal water as the only way to support the density of development proposed. Our current concern centers on the sole reliance on 880 groundwater rights owned by Boomtown. Those groundwater rights are granted by the state engineer and are based on estimates of annual aquifer recharge. The state engineer monitors groundwater levels and evaluates trends to validate their recharge estimates. There are several things that limit their ability to quantify reductions of aquifer recharge. Number one, climate change and warming causing snow levels to rise, reducing the slow release of water throughout. Spring melting and the more frequent rain events with rapid runoff greatly reducing aquifer replenishment. Number two, urban development with many acres of previously permeable soils available for aquifer recharge being converted to impermeable rooftops, driveways, sidewalks, parking lots, and streets where precipitation runoff is channeled down gutters into storm drains and pipes for the fastest route to the river to minimize local flooding. Number three, lining of irrigation ditches and power canals to limit infiltration into the aquifers and to increase the carrying capacity. These three impact areas were not considered when the state engineer granted Boomtown 880 acre-feet of Verdi area groundwater rights. To put this in context, the approximately 1,100 residences in the Verdi area use about 550 acre-feet of groundwater per year. The proposal before you designates the West Reno Water Company as the municipal water purveyor, accessing water from 5 wells previously owned by the Boomtown Water Company, which currently services Boomtown Hotel and Casino, the campground, a large service station, Cabela's, and the recently constructed warehouse complex. The West Reno Water Company proposal to be the water purveyor includes a provision to purchase water at wholesale rates from Tumwa during the winter season. This wholesale water will be accessed from a line running from Ottumwa, Maine at Highway 40 under the Truckee River and to the project site. Stop right there.
Mr. Chair, we're getting reports that it's difficult to hear, so I just want to make sure that folks
Nate,
are
will you
speaking.
move it forward more?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
for those of you coming up to speak, please, the microphone will move around, so up, down, around, whatever you need to do to speak into it. Pam Mortara, followed by Deborah Horton.
My name is Pam Mortar, and I live on Blue Heron Road, and I've lived there since 1972. My concerns are, number one, I feel my well will be in jeopardy, and I am concerned there will be no recourse. Number two, I am worried about flooding. One of the major outlets for flood water exits my western boundary where there is only a 10-foot easement. And number three, I'm also concerned about density. The Tumwa water line is there because they acquired a small water company servicing the businesses along Highway 40. Tumwa acquired the company and had to invest a substantial amount to upgrade the system and access its system from Somerset. This small company, like West Reno Water Company, is one of several Tumwa's has acquired and was described by one of Tumwa's board of directors as not having a good track record. In the video of their August 16th meeting, accepting West Water Company as the water purveyor creates 3 problems. Number 1, it creates a small water company under a public utility commission which regulates rates. Water quality is subject to Washoe County Health Department oversight. It is unclear whether the company has the capital and resources to deal with, for example, the failure of 1 or more wells, an unknown measure of management expertise and competence to operate the system in a long-term sustainable manner. This has been a problem with other area small water companies. Number 2, there is no discussion, plan, or agreement on how, when, or if to integrate with Tumwa, the designated water purveyor for the city of Reno, the MGOD development. Number 3, they have no legal responsibility and make no commitment to resolve issues to area well owners and have not validated the resources if they do make a written contractual commitment. Tumwa has a long demonstrated commitment and resources to make whole well owners affected by their groundwater drawdown. Number 4, service by West Reno Water Company of some 350 residents and arterial commercial designated parcel adjacent to Meridian 120 removes any responsibility or obligation to contribute to the $15 million cost to extend the Tumwa Main to the MGOD overlay development. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Horton, followed by Hunter Sykes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to be deferred till the end of this total presentation. I have my own, and my name was put out of order, if you don't mind.
Understood.
put Hunter next. Thank you, sir.
So Hunter followed by Deanne Radcliffe.
My name is Hunter Sykes, and I'm concerned that my family's well will be put in jeopardy. This unfairly shifts the $15 million cost to the only remaining undeveloped landowners. This unresolved problem of paying the cost of the water main extension is an unresolved issue because under the MGPUD, the owners were responsible to pay the cost of the main extension and coincidentally the necessary cost of increasing traffic capacity over I-80. They would have sorted out who will pay what and when to get the water and move traffic over I-80 at a level of service C. Since the PUD expired at 10 years, no organization, process, or plan exists to organize and compel contribution to those absolutely necessary common infrastructure components. This dilemma is addressed in Southern California and other areas that have experienced rapid development of large and very large parcels using a concept described as fair share costing. Under this concept, the total infrastructure and costs related to a development is determined at the time of the development is established. Examples include freeway extensions, capacity increases, bridges, over and underpasses, road and street integrations, utility extensions, school sites, frontage roads, and developed parks. Total costs are allocated for each residential unit and each acre of commercial and industrial property. Each owner within the development is assessed charges based on the number of residential units and acres of commercially and industrial zoned property. The citizens of Verdi ask that the Commission consider our concerns regarding the proposal for the West Reno Water Company to be the water purveyor for the service area currently served by the Boomtown Water Company. The approved Meridian North 275 residential subdivision, Meridian 120 South, and arterial commercial acreage west of Meridian 120 South, but being unable to make finding 7, which states, quote, availability of water which meets applicable health standards and is sufficient for the reasonably foreseeable needs of the subdivision. Reno Water Company concedes concerns regarding the sufficiency and sustainability of reliance solely on the 880 acre-feet of groundwater rights by the request to buy wholesale water from Tumwa to presumably recharge the aquifer and rest wells. Tumwa's board of directors have shown a reluctance to approve any agreement to sell water and have deferred action until their October board meeting in a couple of weeks. A viewing of the August 16th Tumwa Board of Directors meeting would further suggest, at minimum, uncertainty whether they would be willing to approve a sale agreement. The board expressed additional concerns regarding their ability to be the water purveyor for the MGOD without a contractual obligation of MGOD owners to pay the capital costs to extend the service line to the development. Thank you.
Deanne Radcliffe.
Hello, and thank you for serving on the Planning Commission. My name is Deanne Radcliffe, and I'm a resident of the Blue Heron subdivision. I've resided in Verdi for the last 43 years. If the board can make this finding, we would request the board condition your approval by, number 1, designation of Tumwa as the water purveyor for all of MGOD. Number 2, that all property owners within the MGOD execute a contractual obligation to form and join in a special assessment district or like entity, and that they agree to, on execution, begin making individually allocated assessment payments sufficient to fund bond sales, sufficient to fully pay the full cost to extend the Tumwa main to the development site or sites, and that on the sale of any residential, commercial, or industrial property to an end user, the full allocated capital cost be paid directly to bondholders to pay down bond principal. And lastly, that Tumwa will agree to allow construction, continue service to existing customers, and to service the 2 new residential developments reliant on existing groundwater rights, with a certain knowledge that their municipal water main will be in service within a period of time. My next topic is traffic and the road network. A traffic study scoped by the City of Reno was completed by Solegi Engineers. The scope of the study analyzes the existing traffic, added traffic impacts caused by the recently completed 794,750 square foot warehouse, but apparently not a more recently completed warehouse complex, and Meridian North, a 273-unit residential subdivision. The sum of those traffic impacts required only a four-way stop sign, controlled intersection at the overpass, and on/off ramps, and a presumably four-lane extension of Garson Road shown to the edge of the map. The study further concludes that level of service on the overpass will not exceed level C as a result of the added traffic. This limited traffic study does not examine the traffic impacts of the whole MGOD. The Nevada Division of Transportation Letter 6.4K, which is included in your packet, raises this concern in paragraph 4, which states, the applicant should provide a traffic impact study that supports the access modifications for connection to FRWA 03, the I-80 off-ramp, and Interstate 80. This traffic study will have to be a comprehensive report that provides the opening and 20-year horizon recommendations for access modifications. This traffic study may result in a request to modify interstate access from the Federal Highway Administration. Applicant is encouraged to coordinate with NDOT on the traffic impact study and seek NDOT's acceptance of the study early in the development process. To our knowledge, this required study has not been completed or submitted. However, we feel the study would reveal serious issues regarding traffic impacts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, I have Sarah Sykes, followed by Jim Donovan.
Hi, my name is Sarah Sykes. I live across the street from the proposed development. I am concerned the development will prevent me from riding my horse from my house. We provide some very rough estimates of ADT's results from further approved development and planning Area 3 south of Meridian 120. This application shows that 1799 residential units are approved at 9.5 ADTs that would indicate 17,090 additional ADTs impact the road system and an unknown number of ADTs resulting from commercial and industrial zoned and authorized development. Total ADTs will clearly exceed 20,000, will clearly exceed the management capacity of a four-way stop sign controlled intersection. Another potential related traffic impact should be evaluated. The I-80 Interchange 3, approximately 3/4 mile west of the Garson overpass, consists of an on-bound ramp to I-80 East and an exit ramp from I-80 West. The service streets for these ramps is Crystal Park/South Verdi Road. It is the width of a two-lane residential street without parking. It is constrained by concrete bridge piers on each side. This is the only second emergency exit for the MGOD development. It is also the primary, perhaps only, access for the 62-acre Quilkey Meadow, zoned for commercial and industrial development. Access to Crystal Park/South Verdi Road is very constrained by the Steamboat Canal on the east, the railroad on the west, and topography. This board approved a 39 Ventures application that involves substantial truck-trailer traffic on the section of the roadway. That application was subsequently denied by the City Council based on information presented at their hearing, which was not available at your hearing. We are able to document that the infrastructure of this road was inadequate for truck-trailer traffic. Drivers were not able to negotiate this road without running off the roadway and flattening the side road markers and crushing asphalt road bed edges. A section of this road could be straightened with approval of the railroad, but turns on to the on-ramp with required invasion of the opposing traffic lane. The road cannot be widened and the only way to provide safe pedestrian environment would be to secure NDOT access approval to construct a passageway before piers and the bridge abutment. This approval should be acquired for consideration in the evaluation to determine if this interchange is sufficient as an emergency exit for MGOD, and that this roadway meets the requirement for an adequate roadway infrastructure. Another consideration that should be included in the evaluation should include the very convoluted traffic and safety impacts caused when vehicles desiring to proceed west use the eastbound ramp on I-80 and exit Garson Road. Crossover, huh? Okay. Thank you.
Jim Donovan, followed by Kathy Mead.
Good evening. My name is Jim Donovan. I've been a Belli Ranch resident for a year and a half, and we experienced some severe flooding in January. I happened to be under construction at the time, and I can assure you that being under construction and underwater at the same time is not a good thing. Continuing. When vehicles desiring to proceed west must use the eastbound on-ramp to I-80 and exit at Garson Road, cross over the overpass, negotiate the maze and roundabout to use the west I-80 on-ramp, and roughly the same for the eastbound I-80 traffic wanting to get into the Quilisi Meadows commercial industrial complex. It may be necessary that another solution would be required, which could include construction of a frontage road parallel to I-80 and accessing I-80 onto the extended South Garson Road or other road access. This would place additional demands on the roadway and street network at the confluence of South Garson Road. NDOT addresses issues resulting from recognizing the complexity of the Garson Road and Garson Overpass complex. NDOT's letter, paragraph 5, which is bold print for emphasis, states, the existing master plan effort for the special planning area, Morton Garson Neighborhood Plan, should identify roadway improvements to the interchange and the surrounding roadway network. This traffic improvement plan should identify funding and construction for these improvements, opening year and 20-year horizon. The current long-range transportation plan shows the interchange will be developer-funded. NDOT is requesting more information regarding the funding plan, and NDOT discourages piecemealing development that may result in a significant impact to the interstate system. The Meridian 120 application does not respond to NDOT's requested information regarding roadway improvements to the interchange and surrounding roadway network, or request for more information regarding the funding plan. Any road and traffic control network managing in excess of 20,000 vehicles will require a footprint substantially larger than the footprint for the four-way stop sign controlled intersection. The size and dimension of this footprint must be determined and reserved sufficient to accommodate the road network and traffic control components. It should also include sufficient footprint to accommodate draining issues as identified in paragraph 8, 8.1, and 8.2 of NDOT's letter. Additionally, the Meridian 120 application before you does not meet the requirements for consideration. 6, general conformity with the governing body's master plan of streets and highways in consideration. And 7, effect of the proposed subdivision on existing public streets and the need for new streets or highways to serve the subdivision. Thank you.
Jim, Kathy Mead, followed by Aubrey Harrigan.
I would like to be deferred to the end of this meeting, please. Just to the end of the people here.
Before or after Deborah, who I already deferred?
Either way was fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Aubrey Harrigan, followed by Pat Mead.
Good evening. My name's Aubrey Harrigan. I live on River Bend and I've been there about 7 years. The special use permit application does not meet general special use permit findings.
Aubrey, can you speak into the microphone, please?
Yes, sorry. Is this better? Okay. If you feel you cannot make all the findings, we request that you make the following condition: that lots 1 through 3, 25 through 50, and 71 through 78 not be approved until the necessary footprint for the road and traffic control and drainage issues is determined, and release those not needed for the footprint. A sound and visual landscaped separation to protect existing and new homeowners, and that the owners execute a fair share funding mechanism, that all property owners within the MGOD execute a contractual obligation to form and join in a special assessment district or like entity, and that they agree to, on execution, begin making individually allocated assessment payments sufficient to fully fund the additional needed capacity, overpass, roadway, and traffic control requirements, and that on the sale of any residential, commercial, or industrial property to an end user, the full allocated capital cost be paid directly to bondholders to pay down bond principal. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat Mead, followed by Taylor Sykes.
Hi, my name's Pat Mead. I live at 2155 Warrior Lane, and my house floods every year. So I'm concerned the way they set up this drainage. I'm concerned with the water. We are totally dependent on our wells, and I'm also concerned with the transportation. I hope you guys really take a good look at it. Thank you.
Okay, Taylor Sykes, followed by Jean Gardell.
My name is Taylor Sykes. I live across the street from the proposed development. I am concerned about the flooding. Let me show you why. Please run the slideshow.
Or the down arrow, okay, and then just count to 4, and then do the next one.
Thank you.
Normally I don't allow applauding, but that was a pretty sweet slideshow, so well done, Taylor. All right, Jean, followed by Shane Sykes.
My name is Gene Gardella, and I've been a resident of Verdi for about 18 years. I am entirely dependent upon my well water, and I am about 1.5 blocks, well, maybe 2 blocks or 3 blocks from one of the wells that had to be drilled deeper as a result of pumping for the golf course. We wanted to provide this visual information to you to provide a sense of the problem that presents with flood events and how it impacts us. These are the result of floodwaters that are managed and controlled by the standard model that's been used to control floodwaters for a long period of time. And it involves basically getting stormwaters into drains and along gutters of streets on both sides of the streets, and moves the water through down storm drains and into to get into storm drains that lead to the river in the most quick and efficient way. The problem is that this model in the Blue Heron subdivision has not been sufficient to be able to handle the water that happens frequently. In 2016-17, and it happened several times, the capacity of the Steamboat Canal was exceeded and overlapped its banks. The Meridian 120 South plan appears to follow the standard model. It does it by having a channelizing the water flow behind the lots on the southernmost street of Meridian 120 South. It channels it into the east channel, E channel, which carries water down the east side of the drainage way. It runs off the steep embankment and into Tumwa's Power Canal and has done damage to that in the past. And it further goes down into lower Belli Ranch area. We've not been able to document flooding concerns in that area, but I think that with the storm that we experienced in the last year, those impacts were felt. Please include in your deliberations in regards to the proposed solutions for stormwater runoff caused by the and stormwater caused by the overflow of the Steamboat Canal, because the city of Reno has accepted liability for any overflows and would be held responsible if you don't find a solution to these overflow situations. Thank you.
Shane Sykes, followed by Colleen Sykes.
My name is Shane Sykes. I live across the street from the proposed development. I am entirely dependent on my well to take care of my family and on my surface irrigation from the Steamboat ditch to take care of my land and my animals. So we suggest that prudence is required and mitigating measures are taken to reduce the liability the city of Reno has by requiring low impact development standards in this proposed development. It does not appear that any of these standards have been applied to this subdivision. The Morton Garsonson planned unit development negotiated final agreement included that all of the MG planned unit development would use low impact development standards. The owners willingly and enthusiastically agreed because at least in part some construction costs would be lower. This project does not appear to have made any attempt to include low impact development standards, which might require a sidewalk on only one side of the street to reduce impervious surfaces. Other low-impact concerns include providing infiltration basins on individual or adjacent lots to collect roof and driveway runoff, which would replenish the aquifer and reduce flooding. Has the proposal fully complied with the City of Reno low-impact development standards? The above discussion suggests that as the first residential project in Planning Area 3, precedent should be established as a baseline to the unique issues and problems inherent to this area. One of those standards should apply directly to stormwater runoff. Problems of Steamboat Canal overflows exist because the watersheds above on the south side experience significant runoff events, and there are currently no developments. Development will increase stormwater runoff problems in the following ways. It will greatly increase impervious surfaces, reducing infiltration into the aquifers. Faster concentrations and greater stormwater runoff volumes, and it will localize runoff events. One of the best ways to manage stormwater runoff is to require low-impact development standards, which could include 1, minimizing impervious surfaces, and 2, could require infiltration basins at multiple levels, on home sites, in regional infiltration basins on residential areas, and in infiltration basins in commercial areas. Regarding annual drainage management, one idea is to establish wetland areas that can provide continuous infiltration. Develop man-made beaver ponds apart from the main drainage way where spring stormwater runoff can be diverted for infiltration into the aquifer. A meandering roadway through this area could be a quality daily experience for the residents. I encourage you to consider the overall effects that this one development will have on the things that will come in the future for this area, for the future residents as well as the current residents. Thank you very much.
Colleen Sykes, followed by Fletcher Gilson.
My name is Colleen Sykes. We've lived in the Blue Heron subdivision for 6 years now and absolutely love the rural neighborhood that we have. We are not opposed to change and to progress, but we just want to make sure that it takes into consideration the area we're in, the water, the traffic, and other things that will change the uniqueness that we live in. Thank you.
Fletcher Gilson, followed by Casey Corbett.
My name's Fletcher Gilson. I live in Belly Ranch. I've lived there for 32 years. My main concerns that I'm going to talk about tonight are water and drainage. I don't think the drainage problem's been explained right. Basically, the pictures you were looking at, some of those are beside Casey's house where it goes down and goes under the road. What they proposed here is to bring all the drainage down into that same ditch from the subdivision. That will absolutely not work. The water that was going over the road was probably 150 feet long and at least a foot deep. It's enough in itself to fill that culvert pipe. It also wiped out Tomwa's flume, and it just won't fit through the pipe. It'll take out the road. The flooding that was going over the road already took it out, and I don't think that's really been considered. We talk about this project, and one thing that I understand needs to happen is that it needs to handle its own floodwaters. And I don't see anything in there in detention ponds or anything else that's gonna do it. And the way you're running the water, it's gonna cause a massive problem. The pictures you saw there on the concrete wall where the water was right up against the wall, there's no way that'll go through that pipe. I think Casey will speak to that a little bit later, so I'll let him do that. Also, everybody talks about this as though this is the 100-year flood problem. It's really not. We've had years where we have had less precipitation than normal, but because of the way the snow is frozen up in the hills and then it rains, gets warm and whatever, and then comes down all at once, we have a flood even on a year that's not even close on precipitation. Water. We know that Tomwa is a provider throughout the community. They represent both the city of Reno and the county. They very much care about what they're doing. They put water back into the aquifer when they have it. And I think it's very important that they come in there. We've had a lot of well problems. We've got the state engineer who basically, if you have a piece of paper, they'll do it. They have not done aquifer studies. This valley used to be all ranches, and it was all being irrigated. And that was going back into the ground at 25 to 30%. None of that's going in the ground. The other thing is we're building these subdivisions. We're taking the water out of the ground and sending it all the way to Sparks to the sewer. So every time somebody takes a shower at Boomtown, the water leaves. It's taken out of the ground and removed from the area instead of 100% going back into the ground. I think that's one of the biggest issues there are. Also, if we end up with this purveyor, who's going to check these? We found out that Boomtown's wells hadn't been checked in 3.5 years. They were not doing the reports. We couldn't find any reports from the state engineer or anybody else. Is Tomwa going to do this? In the interim, we really don't understand how this is going to work. I mean, Tomwa's got to come in there anyway to go up the canyon. And it seems that we always talk about the master plan, but, you know, it's in all your documents. And it's always talked about, we got to follow the master plan, but yet here's another example how Tomwa was supposed to be the purveyor and they're not. Thank you very much.
Casey Corbett, followed by Michael Pagney.
My name is Casey Corbett. I live at 205 Deer Mountain. I have lived at this residence for 5 years. I'm here to address my concerns in granting this permit. My areas of concern include drainage, water use, and density of the development. The drainage. During the 2016-17 winter, the Blue Heron subdivision was plagued with flooding issues. My house sits adjacent to the drainage ditch in which the developer plans to drain their tailwaters down. This ditch is already a dump for the steamboat and is a natural wash for the mountains behind our homes. This ditch runs along my property and then goes under the road via a 48-inch pipe. During heavy rainfall, this pipe reaches maximum capacity, as you can see in the picture. To add more water would flood out my barn and cause property damage. We saw the ditch rise to this level 4 times during the last winter, and it is not uncommon to get this high on other years. It was at this level the winter of 2013. Adding more water to this ditch and not allowing water from the steamboat to dump would cause flooding downstream for other residents. What happens is if the water isn't allowed to come out of the steamboat, it goes down further and then it breaches the steamboat. We saw this in the Belli Ranch last year. Allowing the developer to add water to this drainage that is already max capacity during heavy rainfall would be completely irresponsible. This isn't the only drainage issue in the Blue Heron subdivision. This is the one I'm most familiar with. My second is water use. All of Belli Ranch and Blue Heron subdivision, along with a high percentage of Verdi residents, solely rely on well water. Allowing the West Reno Water Company to macro pump the 5 Boomtown wells will greatly affect our aquifer. The only responsible thing is to get Reno's water purveyor, Tumwa, to step in and head this project. My last thing is the high density housing. We all live in this area because it's a rural area, and I understand that we always have to welcome development, but I'm not sure that they've fully covered. I mean, most all of these properties surrounding this are all irrigated pasture, and so to me it doesn't seem like a great fit. So I think you guys should consider all these effects upon the residents that already live there. I think that we welcome development, but I think that we also need to do it responsibly. The traffic studies, have they been based upon the fact that we have 273 residents going in past Cabela's? The warehouse traffic, did any of the traffic studies take place during the middle of the winter when we have trucks lined up and down the roads and it's already a traffic nightmare? If any of the hydrologists said that the drainage system that we have right now could handle more water, they're completely wrong. Thank you.
Michael, followed by Alice House.
Good evening, Michael Ponyi for the record, McDonald Carano on behalf of Steamboat Canal and Irrigation Company. Steamboat asked that I appear tonight to supplement comments in their August 9th letter and put some concerns on the record. Steamboat has been experiencing an increased number of conflicts with development adjacent to the canal, which cause impacts on canal operations, cuts into and impacts on our natural underground seepage areas, and increasing flood risks and liabilities. As a result, we're becoming more proactive, and we're seeking to mitigate these issues in advance and prevent the floods before they occur, something pretty timely with the year we just experienced. This project raises all of those same concerns. As indicated in the staff report and the pictures you just saw, this is an area that has historically experienced significant and frequent flooding events, stormwater events overflowing the canal. As you know, the city of Reno is liable for stormwater flood issues pursuant to a contract with Steamboat. However, we remain concerned that without appropriate mitigation, flooding will occur, and it will cause significant issues for Steamboat, the city of Reno, and the neighbors. We have concerns with any proposed work within our easement or within our canal, which of course cannot occur without our consent. And we have concerns with service to laterals. We have met with the city of Reno, and we've met with the developer, and the developer has indicated they are willing to work with Steamboat to address these issues. As you see in your staff report, staff has recommended a number of conditions, including 12 through 20, which will require the developer to work with the city and Steamboat to mitigate these issues, and we appreciate staff's recommendation of those conditions, and we appreciate the developer's willingness to accept those conditions and work with Steamboat to mitigate these issues. With respect to conditions 15 and 17, the applicant had proposed some new language. That is the first that we have seen this. Tonight is the first time we saw that language. We would be opposed to those changes. Steamboat must have input on all aspects of canal operations. Our input cannot be limited as the applicant has suggested. But with that, if you decide to move forward, we would urge you to retain those conditions that staff has recommended and require that the applicant work with the city and Steamboat to mitigate these issues. We believe it's critical to avoid any conflicts that we know are certain to arise. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alice House, followed by ML Belli.
Good evening. My name is Alice House. My husband and I live in Belli Ranch on Levantina Canyon Road. We have lived in the area for approximately 30 years plus. 10 to 12 years ago, our first well, approximately 320 feet, dried up. In coincidence, I learned Boomtown put in several large wells at the same time and began pumping their wastewater to Chalk Bluff. We had to put in a second well. This well was drilled about 600 feet, and the GPM was 28. Today, the GPM is 8.5, and it takes the well 12 to 24 hours to recover. I have learned that Boomtown is now pumping their large wells again. Who and how are these wells going to be managed? It is my understanding that a lot of our aquifer is not going to be replenished because the gray water in the area is pumped to Chalk Bluff. That means that every time Boomtown showers and the toilets are used and dishes are done in their many restaurants, the water is being pumped into Reno at Chalk Bluff and not allowed to fill the aquifer. New streets, sidewalks, driveways, and houses being installed will be covering more ground, so rain and melting snow will not be going into the aquifer. All drainage waters will be channeled into a drain system being directed into Reno. The land used to be ranch and farmlands they used the Steamboat ditch as irrigation. 25 to 30% of that water goes back into the aquifer. That is no longer happening. Water usage has changed. So is there current testing being done? Are you relying on testing done 50 to 75 years ago? Land is being used very differently today. The aquifer is not being replenished as it was years ago. What is going to be done when our aquifer can no longer recover? Is there a future plan? This is going to be a huge problem in the future. Water is a basic necessity. It's something that the city and developers need to spend a lot of time thinking about. Tumwa manages the water in the city on outlying areas, seems to have a handle on water management of this kind. I understand that they are in the city's master plan to manage water in the Verdi area. Why are they not being used for this project? Thank you very much for your time.
ML Belli, followed by Laura de Moranville. Got it.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Lawrence Bill. I've been in the area for 86 years other than a 2-year vacation with military. I built the first house on the Blue Heron subdivision 50 years ago. My number one concern is density. I know we might be a little late, but it's not our fault that we are late. One time we had an agreement with the former owner of Boomtown that this piece would remain in 1 acre. We are at kind of an isolated corner to the overall Verdi picture of all the 1,700 houses, but the Belli Ranch is 1 acre and larger. Boomtown, Blue Heron, 1 acre larger, and we think this thing should remain in that. Number two, it was like everyone else worry about this. I don't think the thing should be allowed to go unless Tumwa supplies their water. In regard to that, this particular area where the project is to go was the old Hanson Ranch. The surface water was sold off of this and moved into Reno already. That's double dipping to start pumping out of the area again, injuring all of us down the line. I have a certified well that pumped 45 to 50 gallons a minute. I had it 400 feet. I had to have re-drilled down 100 feet, and I come up with 25 gallons a minute. So things are changing. And then the drainage. Second is the drainage. We do have a big problem in drainage. From what I've seen tonight, I've been having a hard time figuring out what's going on because we never seem to be able to find out. The developers want to take this water. Their water problem now is right in the middle of the property. Everything goes down through, I think that's lot 4 and 5 there. And the county has some easements below there, but they're not big enough. They're going to have to take care of their storm drain problem within what they have to work with. And that would be to put the rise-size pipes and going down through the easement there. Take and move it over into the draw west of there is maxed out to the gallon right now. I've had the road run over 2 or 3 times down where Casey spoke of, and it's gone down, and this year took the flume out, Tumwa's flume, on the Washoe Power Ditch, which is right there at the river. Tumwa also lost another flume downstream at the Belli Ranch on Roberts Creek. Any of this water at all that's diverted, when we have those big floods from storms or snow, there's a massive runoff there. That ditch is running over west of the project, during the project, east of the project. Anyhow, could I have another half minute maybe?
I'm sorry, with all the comments we're going, we're just limiting everything to 3 minutes tonight.
All right,
So
and
thank you.
there's nothing's been said about keeping the road open for the public into the thousands of acres of public land. They've been trying to close that, and that's been going on. And the irrigation easements have to be considered for the developers, for the irrigators on the Belli Ranch.
Okay.
Or on Blue Heron. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you get as old as me, you mess up.
Laura de Moranville does not wish to make a statement, but is in opposition, worried about growth in Verdi and the lack of water. And Kathleen Pounding Smith does not wish to make a statement, just making sure. Some people are checking both boxes. I just want to make sure. She indicates she wants to keep Verdi a unique hamlet in their ever-growing Reno, stay with the rural aspect. Next, I have E. Canfer. Coffer. Followed by Sophie Dinning.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I've lived in the Belli Ranch for 20-plus years. My property is bounded by Deer Mountain Road, Lot 14, 13, 12, and 11. When the Cabela's project was being considered, Bob Cashel paid a visit to myself, Lawrence Belli, and one other member of our community. He basically asked us to support the Cabela's project, and we said we'd be delighted to do that. We need your support to return the Blue Heron subdivision to all 1-acre lots. I realize that the developer has the zoning to put in this many lots, and it's his prerogative to do so. But it's damaging to the rest of the community. We need to be consistent, we need it to be homogeneous, and we need it to be good for everybody that's there. The people that have invested in the subdivision before this developer came along are going to be damaged by smaller lots because it's going to detract from their property value. I ask you, I appeal to you to look at those issues. I also ask you to please understand that we supported the Cabela's project with the understanding, with justifiable reliance, that we were guaranteed 1-acre lots. I've spoken to Mr. Cashel, and as a matter of fact, I sent him a letter, and I had it delivered. And he called me and said, Ed, I can't sign that letter. I said, why not? He said, well, if I sign that letter, I'm admitting that I overstepped my boundary. Now, we all shook on the deal. We all said, deal's done. And now we're being faced with this scenario. And I have to tell you, it's very, very disheartening because a lot of us have raised our families here. This is our major investment in our retirement program, and it's going to be damaged severely by allowing a lot of little lots in there. The other issue is concerning the Steamboat Ditch. I don't know where this trail is going to go, but my understanding is that I've given the Steamboat Ditch an easement. I own the land under that easement. They do not have the right to assign that easement to a third party. If they do, they're overburdening the easement, and I have the right to pull it back. I don't understand where this trail is going to go, because if they're along the Steamboat Ditch, everybody has the same issue. They own the land. They do not have the right to overburden that easement and give it to a third party. I thank you so much for your time this evening, and I request that you give this serious consideration because it's a very serious matter to everyone in Reno. Thank you.
Sophie Dinning, followed by Tanya Dinning.
Hello, my name is Sophie Dinning, and I am a resident of 2105 Warrior Lane in Upper Belli. I would like to start off by saying that our neighborhood was founded upon the ideals that we're going to have room for our children to grow and for our animals to be raised. I have a few points that I'm concerned about. I'm 17. I've lived here my whole life, 17 years. And the things that I'm most concerned about is the congestion and the factor of noise pollution that's going to be coming in from all of these lots. Also, a big concern of mine is that I've grown up looking at these mountains and looking into this field at all the wildlife that resides there. And by putting in this lot, that's going to be taken away, along with a huge noise and light pollution factor coming into it. Along with that, I believe that these houses being put in both tract and custom homes would decrease the price of the houses that are already there dramatically. So the 17 years that I've lived in this neighborhood, I've been thankful for the beautiful views and the friendly people that make up this neighborhood. This addition would be negative in that we would lose the very principles that our neighborhood was built upon. With increased noise, decreased house values, and the withdrawing of our beautiful views of the mountains, I, along with the others in my neighborhood, ask that this destructive addition be reconsidered in this council. I guess the only thing left I have to say is that there's a lot of holes in this project, and I hope that you are hearing our concerns, because as far as water and the other concerns, there are already big problems, and this will just amplify all of the problems that are already there. So I ask this commission to reconsider, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Tanya Denning, followed by Matt Verdon.
Hello, my name is Tanya Denning, and my daughter just spoke. I also live in 2105 Warrior Lane, which, if I may point out, is this corner lot.
You need to speak into the microphone, please.
This corner lot that is closest to these new roadways, and our well is also the closest to the new wells that have already been drilled. I've lived in the Verde Belly area for 36 years, in northern Nevada my entire life. My husband, who couldn't be here this evening because of a prior hunt that was planned, and I built our home on Warrior Lane in 1998, and I have lived there ever since. 3 minutes is a short time for me to address all the concerns I have, so I'm going to focus on two. I support everything my neighbors have already and agree with their concerns prior to me. Biggest concern, I think, when I first found out about this, other than having homes behind us and ruining the entire mood and feeling of this neighborhood, was our well. I know a lot of our neighbors have had issues with our wells, and I would not be surprised if we do in the very near future as well. Let's see, excuse me. I believe that to think that the draw from the aquifers that this development would need to think it would not affect our well as well as our neighbors' wells is unrealistic. Not only the volume of water, but the quality of water. We have a fairly high amount of iron in our well that needs to be filtered out, and when you lower the volume of water, the mineral and toxins in the water become much more problematic. And this is of a major concern for the health of our family as well as our neighbors' families. The other concern I'll speak of relates to the current hydrology report and of the drainage line that has been proposed. The 48-inch line that has been proposed will run in between our lot and our neighbor's lot, which I don't know if you can see from this picture, but our house butts right up to this property line. The foundation for the southeast side of our house is 14 feet. 14 feet from a retaining wall that supports the entire foundation. All the compaction and everything was based on this. So our property is actually on the easement. We own all that property on the easement. And I think the disruption of the equipment, digging the hole and everything could honestly jeopardize our foundation. 14 feet is a very short distance. And the heavy equipment, the disruption of the soil, etc. So that's a very big concern for us in our particular lot. Let's see, I'll cut some of this short here. I have the same concerns, the water, the flooding. Our neighbors flood every year. And we already can't handle the water, which everyone's already stated. And I think the hardscape that would come from this development would just amplify it incredibly. And I think that it would make it worse for everyone. It's already tough for a whole bunch of neighbors. So thank you for your time.
Matt Verdon.
Yep, that's me.
Okay, Vernon Anderson.
My name is Matt Verdon. I live at 400 Deer Mountain Road, which on this map is right here at the end of the emergency access. First of all, my main concern with this project is the density. Everything is a function of the density. But before I get into my comments, I want to say that I am not anti-development. I actually look forward to new things, new projects, new development coming forward, but I do think all of our concerns here are a function of the density. So if you look at everything to the east of the Belli Ranch going all the way down to the river, all the way west to the Verdi Ranch area, they're all single acre family homes. And now they're trying to pack 80 homes-ish into a 53-acre parcel, which I understand the overall density is, you know, relative to a little over half acre per home, but nonetheless, cramming this many people into this small corner of the land is going to have an adverse impact on all of the rest of these homes. If you see on this map, there's that many homes in there, which is basically equal to this entire Belli Ranch area times 2. So anything that's going to happen is going to happen twice as fast. Secondly, the issues of the water, I can prove with my well drilling reports from the 3 services that I've had on my well has consistently gone down. One of them was very close to the time that the Boomtown wells were pumping for this subdivision. So I also share the same concerns as all the rest of my constituents regarding the draining of our aquifer. I realize that this is, you know, the density here is probably a losing issue. So if you do make the findings, I ask that you condition this project to just bring the water in, make them spend the money to bring the water in, and then I'm sure many, many people here would be much happier with that, you conditioning the project based on that. Furthermore, the emergency access is to go down Deer Mountain Road here, which is essentially my front yard, which I understand they probably could open that up if they wanted to, but I still don't understand what the purpose of the emergency access would be if they're just going to be sending it straight down Deer Mountain Road and then right back out the exact same way that everybody's going to be coming through. So furthermore, why Reno Land Development, the owners of this project, are still maintaining an easement that is owned on the northern boundary of my property, reserving the right to send any emergency traffic into the Belli Ranch subdivision, which is ultimately a dead end down there anyway, since the power bridge is closed. So time is up. Thanks, guys. Hope you heard my words.
Vernon Anderson, followed by Patty Weaver.
My name is Vernon, Vernon Anderson. I've lived in Verdi for the last 40 years. I promise not to sing Pete Seeger's great song, Little Boxes on the Hillside. So, sigh of relief. It's just as valid today as it was 50 odd years ago. My question remains, why do these guys who don't live here get to buy land not zoned for what they want to do and then demand that the zoning be changed to suit them? There was a meeting at Boomtown a while back, and it had Reno city officials there, and they gave speeches on what would happen to Verdi, and much of it has. They broke us into groups in separate rooms, one on schools, another one on water, traffic, wildlife. When they break you up in groups like that, they don't get to see just how much we hate what they have in mind for us. But it's there to show you. But no matter which room you went to, these Reno city experts parroted the same line: growth pays for growth. I don't know anybody who believes that. One of the officials said, "We try to work with the developers." What an understatement. Not a thought to the people of Verdi. There's much in the national news about Crimea. I'm going somewhere with this. Annexation by Russia. Crimea was annexed, they say. It sounds really nice. You got to look it up. Everybody knows Putin stole it. Reno's stealing Verdi. I have time. I may sing Little Boxes yet. I won't sing it, but I'll tell you what it is. I can see most people here don't remember it. There's a pink one and a blue one and a green one and a yellow one, and they're all made out of ticky-tacky, and they all look just the same. We don't need any of that. Verdi's a nice town, and it has about as much in common with Reno as a horse chestnut has to a chestnut horse. This annexation is madness, and that it has happened, I don't know who can reverse it, but it's not what we want. It's not why we moved here, built houses. And developers, and I know you get cheaper houses when they build a bunch of them that are just alike right next door to one another, but it changes the whole place, and it's not for the better. And some consideration of those of us that live here and have lived here ought to be done. I might still sing. I got 30 seconds. No, I won't.
After over an hour of public comment, I think the singing would have been appreciated. Patty Weaver.
Thank you. I'm here representing my mother and father, the Weavers. They are an elderly couple, like many of the Verdi residents, who are not able to have a voice for themselves. Their retirement is very much dependent upon their property. They have had to fight for their water rights more than once from Boomtown, costing thousands of dollars with the city water lawyer, whomever he is. I think we all know water is more precious than gold. And that's what you keep hearing here, water, water, water. We don't have enough of it, and it floods every year. We're just asking you to please look out for your constituents. I mean, the Verdi population is in here, half of them aren't even here because they can't even make it. Like my mother tonight, I didn't even know anything about this, and she calls me, please go. So we're asking you to make them bring the water in. It's just that simple. If they want this development, they need to bring the water in and look at the density. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm bringing back my two deferrals. So I'll let Deborah Horton and Kathy Mead determine who wants to go first.
As you can see on the map, the whole south border of this proposed neighborhood of the 78 homes is below the Steamboat Ditch, which floods nearly every year somewhere. In the 28 years that I've lived at Belli Ranch, I've been flooded at least a dozen times, most recently this past winter. I had a river across my patio and 20 foot wide from the west border of my home. Once that 20-foot river got to the street, it was 30 feet wide. In September of 2002, the City of Reno and the Steamboat Canal Irrigation Company first entered into a contract entitled Ditch Use and Maintenance Agreement. The agreement was amended in 2007 and again in 2009 based on an erroneous statement that the Steamboat Canal is located within easements owned by the Steamboat Ditch. In fact, neither party to this contract have title to the steamboat easement, which makes such contract invalid and illegal. In law, an easement is a privilege or a right one has been granted by the owner of the land for right-of-way. And legally, an easement cannot be expanded nor increase the burden on the private property owners granting the easement. The Steamboat Ditch easement is not public, as I was told by Councilman Bob Zian's liaison person, but is in fact called an exclusive easement, which is between the Steamboat Ditch Company and hundreds of private owners across which the Steamboat Ditch flows. As such, this ditch use and maintenance agreement amounts to a takings for which none of us have been compensated. The City of Reno therefore doesn't have license to do anything nor allow anything to be done on or to our private properties, including flood abatement to help protect downtown Reno, thereby flooding our county homes and properties instead. This illegal ditch use maintenance contract defines stormwater as surface water runoff caused by a naturally occurring precipitation event which may then flow into the Steamboat Canal through stormwater improvements. Please, As everybody's shown with pictures, for the protection of our existing homes in Blue Heron and Belli Ranch, we do not approve this proposal of 78 homes of Meridian South to be allowed to tie into existing ditches to drain the additional 53.6 acres at our expense, financially and in terms of safety. Clearly, once again, the Steamboat Ditch could not handle the increased water load this past winter. Finally, regarding Meridian South's proposed trail along the Steamboat Ditch, which they want to hook into, quote, future trail networks, only on the project property after the Steamboat Ditch's approval is this allowed, and access to U.S. forest land to the south of this project is up to the developer, but no extension to the east or west of South Meridian's trail will be allowed across private properties with exclusive easements. Thank you for your time.
Kathy Mead.
Hi, my name is Kathy Mead, and I have lived in this area since 1959. My address is 2155 Warrior Lane. My home has been flooded 6 times in the last 5 years. My well is the only source of water. I have several concerns regarding drainage. It appears there is a 48-inch drainage pipe that directs directly at my back door. I am concerned that the increased flows generated from adding houses, driveways, streets have been inadequately addressed. As you can see from the slides, the ditches that we have now are already having problems holding this water, and their drainage is coming down into our neighborhood. Will our neighborhood culverts be increased, upsized to handle the increased flow? This project brings in city sewer. Is it going to be possible for neighboring lots to connect to city sewer if they choose, or will they be made to connect? Could stub outs for this purpose be included in irrigation easements? Which brings me to access for our irrigation. We flood irrigate. I understand that our water will be brought in an easement and piped to our property. Who will be responsible to clear the pipes from the clogging, which happens, repairing these pipes? Will we have access to the top of our easement for this drainage, irrigation drainage coming down, to be able to clear our head drains at the Steamboat Ditch? Has anyone from this subdivision verified the amount of water that we are entitled to divert that comes through these pipes, and that these 12-inch pipes will be enough to handle the water that we're entitled to? What if additional users are added to our head gates that come down this same pipe? How will the pipes be upsized if they're not large enough to handle our water? Who will maintain the easements that are coming down? I'm also concerned about the fencing that's been proposed and its impact on the migration of the wildlife out there. We have deer that roam through readily at this point. I know you guys have big brains and you're figuring all this out, but thanks for thinking about us and what the concerns that we have. Thank you.
We have a comment card from Spencer Box. Does not wish to make a statement, but is in opposition. Concerned about my well neighbors going dry, concerned about density. We all want 1 acre or more. Nothing should be smaller than that. Flooding comes from the mountain and above Steamboat Ditch. Any development would make this worse. As the last comment card I have, I have some that were for a different item. Bruce? Gideon? Come on up.
Hi, my name is Gideon Kaplowitz. I'm here in opposition to this project. I first stood here to express my opposition to the West Meadows Estates project, of which I see this particular project as part and parcel of a larger plan for development in Verdi, which we only get to discuss and talk about one development at a time. And so things like traffic and drainage and water all get assessed in the impacts of individual developments, and we never have a conversation about the much larger development that happens globally. And I'd just like to echo the statement of my neighbor, Vern, about the willingness of the council or the commission and our city council to work with the developers. And the question is, when are you going to work for the residents? And just looking around, there are many familiar faces here that I remember from the West Meadows development. And you know who I don't see here is the developer of West Meadows, Rob Fitzgerald, who sold, having bamboozled all of us to get his project approved, proceed to sell it to D.R. Horton and tear his house down. And I don't see him sitting here. We are your people. And the question is whether you are our people. Now, you've heard plenty of testimony about the findings, and my understanding is you get to decide. Can you make the findings or not? Standing here and listening to the presentations of our neighbors, clearly you have the evidence to not make all the findings. That is up to you to decide, but we've heard the testimony. And so the question is, you're going to decide, who do you represent? Do you make the findings or not? And your neighbors, your people, have told you, given you the ammunition, should you decide to not make the findings. And I'd just like to close and just say, we're going to be back here with the next big development and the one after that. And at what point do we step back and say, as our community has said, are we going to keep Verdi? And how are we going to do that? How are we going to work together to make that happen? So thank you very much.
Gideon, could you fill out a comment card, please, for this item? It was for another case, so if you can get the one for that item, please, for 61. Thank you.
Okay, I have two more cards here, both indicating they do not wish to make a statement. I'll verify that. Carmen and Tim Furch, making sure not making a statement. Carmen is in opposition. I'm concerned about the lack of groundwater. Some of us will not be able to afford redrilling a well. The impact on our community with schools, roads, traffic will be tremendous. Tim Furch also is in opposition. His comments are water and water. Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment on this item? Seeing none, I will close public comment. I'm going to bring it back to the commission. I realize I forgot to make disclosures beforehand, so we'll hit that portion right now. So I'll start with Commissioner Olivas.
Commissioner Olivas, I've visited the site, spoke with the applicant's representative, and received emails on the topic.
Commissioner Johnson, as did I.
Commissioner Hawkins visited the site, talked with the applicant's representative, and went on a tour with Mr. Fletcher around the property.
Commissioner Weisky, I have ridden out to the site several times. I have met with neighbors in the area. I have met with the owner and the applicant's representative, and received an email.
Okay, so I'm going to open this up for questions. We've heard a lot of comment tonight. So now this is the part where the commission asks questions of the applicant and staff, any discussions that we have, and then followed up with discussion after that. Commissioner Weisky.
Mr. Vice Chairman, at this time, before we start asking questions, can we get Andy Durling to come back up and give his rebuttal to statements that he's heard? He may shed some light on some of the issues before we start asking questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Weisky. Yes, we did reserve the 7 minutes and 44 seconds of the applicant's 15 minutes, so I will allow Mr. Durling the remainder of his time.
Sure, and I appreciate the public comments and took copious notes as we were going through here so we'd be able to talk intelligently about the concerns.
Andy, can you either speak louder or move the
You bet.
microphone closer to you?
I can speak louder.
Thank you.
Diligently, I was taking notes and listening to the concerns of the public comment. I really appreciate, always citizens participating in the public process. That is what planning is. Just gonna, a lot of the information was in our presentation. When we talk about traffic, there was concerns about not looking at sort of the global traffic impacts of not just this project, but the rest of Mortenson-Garson overlay district. I can tell you that study is underway. What's unique about this situation is this is not a planned unit development. Like we said, it kind of acts like it, but it's different. And so technically the studies are not required until we come in with a tentative map like we are tonight. And we provided a study for this tentative map tonight to address the traffic and found that with the 78 lots, there's no impact at this time. That's not to say that with the future build out of Mortenson-Garson, there wouldn't be impacts. And we are going through that planning process and that analysis to determine what and when those improvements need to be made so that in the future when we come in with additional development, that it is right-sized and addresses and mitigates traffic at that time, okay? There was talk about flooding and Steamboat Ditch. I think staff has done a fantastic job. Staff, both public works staff and engineering staff is very much attuned to the agreement that the city of Reno entered into with the Steamboat Ditch Company. We met with Mr. Pani and their representatives. We definitely are looking forward to a good working relationship with them and understanding, what their concerns are and what our concerns are and reaching some sort of middle ground and compromise on what is best for the Steamboat Ditch. Right now, it's kind of an uncontrolled situation. With the development of this subdivision and with the, in the context of the conditions that engineering staff has levied on this, we have a very rigorous bar that we have to now meet as far as what flood impacts and what flood mitigation needs to happen. And so those studies and those impacts and those mitigations are baked into this staff report in those conditions. And like we said, we appreciate engineering staff's time they took to meet with both us and the Steamboat Ditch Company on that to kind of find appropriate conditions. And we are in favor of the modified conditions just because we feel they add a little bit more clarity to what exactly we have to do. So after a project like this is approved, we then, this is kind of our Bible to then work with the future final design of this. Finally, I wanted to touch on the potable water system. We talked about stormwater, but potable water system. Yes, this is currently on a private water system, and the process is, the ball is rolling to hook this system into Tumwa. The initial step is a wholesale agreement that will hook Tumwa into this system and basically have a blending of both groundwater and Tumwa water. This water system is now being looked at very closely by the state water engineer, and they've enacted a real-time monitoring system for the West Reno water system, which is just getting underway. And that information is readily available for the state engineer so he can make appropriate decisions on approving final maps as we come forward. I just want to stress that there is a series of checks and balances that have to take place before we can actually record a final map and get building permits for homes. Those checks and balances require that we get sign off and make other entities happy, including the West Reno water system, that we are dedicating appropriate water rights that are owned by the applicant, that the Washoe County Health Department approves of the water quality, and they are bound by the Nevada Department of Environmental Protection. And then finally, that all of that information goes to the state water engineer and he verifies the water source. All of that has to happen before we can turn that map over to the city of Reno for their consideration and final approval. So this isn't something that happens in a vacuum. There are a number of entities and organizations that will have a lot of feedback. And like I said, the conditions of approval that staff has gone through and diligently reviewed this case and offered for your consideration, I think are appropriate and adequately address your need to make the legal findings for this. And as that, we are in support of the staff report and the conditions as they were amended this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andy. So, hearing that, I will bring it back to the commission for questions. Who would like to get us started? Commissioner Hawkins.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I believe we have a gentleman from Tumwa here that could put some of this to rest.
Good evening, John Enlow, Director of Natural Resources for Truckee Meadows Water Authority. Do you have specific questions, sir?
How long is it going to take to get you online with bringing water into this subdivision or in Boomtown?
That's a good question, and today, can I back up a little bit because I think this needs some context. The applicant's representative stated that the ball is rolling towards a wholesale service from Tumwa to the West Reno Water Company. Yes, it's rolling, but I honestly can't tell you what direction it's rolling. I want to commend the public for the homework that they did and the representations they made regarding the water issues, because there is a lot of uncertainty with respect to how the Verdi area will be served water in the future. I mean, what I can tell you is we have been negotiating with representatives of Boomtown regarding wholesale water service, and that was heard at our board meeting in August. And our board deferred action on that wholesale service agreement primarily because of a lot of the same concerns that the residents raised regarding long-term water supply to the community. The problem, one of the problems, is that Boomtown and the developer of these projects made an agreement they provided water rights, the developer would construct facilities, and that agreement does not provide for this developer to pay for their fair share of improvements to extend water service to the area. So that's an issue that our board raised as well, because you take whatever number of residences that could be part of the equation for the $15 million of improvements to get water out to the area, you reduce that number. Now you increase the cost on those remaining new developments that have yet to come before this planning commission, and it just increases the cost burden on them too. So there are the cost implications. It would take, if someone said provide service to this development today, it would probably take us 3 years at best to design the facilities, get them all permitted and constructed and so forth. So we're going to the board again in later this month with 4 alternatives to get direction on. One would be West Reno Water Company serves this area by themselves. Number 2, they serve it with the kind of backup of a small wholesale water supply from Tumwa that we have. With some minimal improvements, we have the ability to provide some water that would provide kind of backup water, allow the wells to rest in the winter and so forth. And then the other 2 alternatives relate to whether or not our board wants to consider acquiring the Boomtown water system sooner or later. So those are really the 4 options that we're going to present to our board later this month. What direction we receive from them, I can't say. It's complicated by the agreement between Boomtown and the developers not having to participate in the larger improvements to extend water service out here. It's complicated by the fact that there is some uncertainty with respect to the sustainability of the 800-plus acre-feet of groundwater rights that are out there. Is there the wet water to support it? We don't know. The data doesn't exist to substantiate it one way or the other. I believe the state engineer, as the applicant's representative stated, they're working on a monitoring program to kind of see what happens as development proceeds. Tumwa has some other issues. Some residents alluded to it with respect to water quality of the Boomtown wells. There's just a lot of uncertainty, period. And so there's a lot of risk for Tumwa to say, yes, we'll take over this Boomtown water system and move forward with it. So that's the decision our board's going to hopefully give us direction on in a couple of weeks. I think I can state that their preference would be that Tumwa provide retail water service out there to the Boomtown Verdi area sooner rather than later. There's concern about the financial impact to our existing customers. We had a meeting yesterday with our standing advisory committee, which kind of oversees Tumwa's rate process. And they made a motion, yeah, they supported the wholesale agreement concept, but they were very concerned about placing a future financial burden on the existing Tumwa ratepayers. So if there is a way, I mean, some of these people had suggested that an improvement district or like solution, if that could be created, I think some members of our board are willing to entertain that concept, but that takes time too.
Thank you very much. Very insightful.
Commissioner Weisky, would you like
Thank
to
you.
follow up on that?
Yes, before you sit down, please. Typically, how long does it take to do a water survey and process the information for groundwater and wells? Once the test wells are put in place, once the equipment is put in place and actual monitoring takes place, what's the duration?
It's not a matter of test pumping wells for a couple of weeks. You have to look at different hydrologic cycles. I mean, just look at 2015 through 2017. We had the driest year on record to the wettest year on record.
Sure.
And how does the groundwater respond? Like I said, the data doesn't exist today to be able to tell. So
what would Tumwa consider? Let's just separate this from any other water companies. If Tumwa were to be looking into wells and determining whether or not you could continue using wells, or you needed to pipe in water instead of wells, how long would Tumwa take to do their research and process the information? Is that a cycle of a 12-month period from based upon water year to water year, which is a fiscal year basically?
Sure.
Or is it multiple years?
I mean, Tumwa is going to take a conservative approach because we're in it and the end users are in it for the long term. And so what we would like to see really is years worth of pumping data and how the water levels respond. And that was one of the benefits of this small wholesale water supply, was it provides a connection anyway to the system and Tumwa. And so in the event their water levels declined more rapidly than anyone anticipated, at least there was the ability to possibly recharge the wells to help minimize that potential. But I mean, from my perspective, It's years' worth of data, not a month-long pumping test. Groundwater models, everybody can have a dueling model and present whatever results you want to see, and all we end up doing is arguing about technicalities. But there's nothing better than time, looking at pumping, looking at water levels. We did install some water level monitoring devices in several of the domestic wells within the area during Boomtown's initial pump testing, and those results were really inconclusive. It didn't really tell us anything.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions for this gentleman.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Appreciate the insight. Okay, so I hit the gavel once, now I'm just doing a verbal warning. Please hold the applause. We'll get through all this stuff, and when it's all said and done, we'll have a discussion, but I like to keep a little that down. So any further questions from the commission? Like beyond that, Commissioner Hawkins, did you have a follow-up? Sorry, you were just looking at me, so I just wanted to make sure.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I was just looking over my notes, and I was enlightened by Tumwa's speech. It's,
As was the
it
audience,
brought-
apparently.
yeah,
So-
it brought a new light to what's going on out there and what might not take place.
Okay.
I mean, we're talking about years of sampling and all this, and tonight we have to make a vote on this very thing, and I'm looking at findings regarding water.
Okay. We'll
So-
definitely have some discussion on that as we move forward. Commissioner Weisky?
Mr. Vice Chair, if it's still questions,
It's
I've got a
still
couple.
questions until we're done with questions.
Okay. Andy Durling, please. Andy, the traffic study that was provided by Paul Selegi's office, can you tell me, was that, does that include the development of the commercial industrial property north of Cabela's, north of I-80, and also the homes north of I-80?
Yeah, so it includes the known projects at this time, which includes the industrial, the Boomtown Industrial, which is a project approved by this board, the Meridian North, 273 lots, as well as obviously the, existing Boomtown and Cabela's and things like that, plus project, so basically it's background plus this project.
Okay. Was the traffic study and all the support done in the traffic study, was that all done by Paul Selegi's office?
I believe so, yes.
Why didn't he stamp it?
I don't know.
I mean, usually an engineer signs his work off.
Could have been just an oversight.
Okay. Can you made a comment in your opening statements regarding the steamboat ditch and flood mitigation, and also about how your interpretation of, or, excuse me, not yours specifically, but the owner's responsibility for approval. And am I understanding you right, saying that the owner feels that it's only going to be the city of Reno that's required to approve the improvements to Steamboat Ditch and flood mitigation?
No, not necessarily. No, we acknowledge and we understand that, anything we do, whether it's a control structure or anything within the ditch itself, obviously has to be signed off on by the ditch company. Our understanding, though, is, of the agreement that's been mentioned that the city of Reno entered into with the ditch company as far as how to deal with floodwaters, we feel that the City Public Works Department is best equipped to address the flood, both off-site and coming from the ditch, than the ditch company. The ditch company, we feel, should have their purview over any mitigation, anything that we do in their ditch. We need to make sure that it doesn't compromise their ability to deliver their irrigation water. I think that's just kind of the difference that we were looking to clarify.
Okay.
Understanding that it's going to be a joint process, we need both, Public Works and Steamboat Ditch Company, obviously, at the table and reviewing and approving it together. We just didn't want to get into a situation where a private party is now looking over the city's shoulder on what flood mitigation should happen up or downstream of their facility.
Okay. Today when we met, we had a long discussion regarding the new piped storm drain system, how it's going to carry water, detention and so forth. And if you want to defer to Carrie, that's fine.
I will.
I'll bet you would. I have questions regarding that system and the difference between retention and detention and what is being proposed right now.
Sure, I'll defer that to our project engineer, Carrie Chisholm.
Good evening, for the record, Carrie Chisholm, applicant's engineer.
Thanks, Carrie. Can you describe for everybody the difference between what we were talking about earlier today as a retention basin versus what you are proposing as a detention facility for the storm drain water?
Sure, sure. So when we met this morning, one of the biggest concerns, obviously, is the amount of water that would be crossing the site. So with the steamboat ditch crossing the southern boundary of the site, it's essentially collecting water from other hydrographic basins that wouldn't typically discharge here. So it's collecting water as water drains into it, and then where it gets overtaxed, it tends to spill over. And in wintertime or during storm events, sometimes not even during major storm events, you'll get failures of the ditch to where it'll overflow, and this has been an area that's known to do that. So our approach overall to mitigate the steamboat ditch issue is, the property owner for this owns property. Essentially, this is the farthest east portion of the piece that they own, and they're looking at developing as far west as beyond Cabela's. I mean, right about to that highway way station on that side. So they've got Steamboat Ditch as their neighbor on the entire piece. So the approach that we have is we're going to address the Steamboat Ditch as, instead of a patchwork quilt, as one infrastructure improvement, where we try and relieve some of the flows from the Steamboat Ditch by bypassing it with the major basins that are discharging into it, and then adding control structures to where it's discharging where we already have control of the water at the major intersections where we know we have major drainage improvements that need to go in, so we can upsize those to accommodate flows that enter into the ditch and discharge the existing historic flows that are upstream. In our discussions this morning, there was two concerns. There was peak flow runoff from the subdivision, which is pretty typical. Hydrology law essentially says you're allowed to only discharge what your historic peaks are. So you can't make it any worse than it was before you got here. So we can discharge the peaks that we've seen historically. Truckee Meadows Drainage Manual tells us we have to ignore that the Steamboat Ditch exists. So we can't use that for a drainage feature of any kind. We essentially have to model it as if that ditch doesn't exist and all the water that's in the mountains essentially comes down its natural drainage way and discharges across the property. One of the concerns that you brought up was the volume of discharge, which will typically go up with the development of property with the more impervious areas. Now, the volume discharge component is typically more of a concern when you're in a closed basin, and that's why we have people that are concerned with the discharge in the North Valleys, because that's a closed basin. So every drop that runs off and gets there, it sits there. Where here, our basin closes at Pyramid Lake, essentially. So for us, the major component to mitigate drainage with development is managing your peak discharge. Right, there will be an increased volume of flow, but the discharge we control through detention. We essentially delay and knock down those peaks until they're at or below
How are
historic.
you proposing to do that?
For this, what we've done is we essentially run the on-site flows through stormwater systems and into a detention basin that essentially knocks down those flows. It's more of a metered discharge.
And describe the basin. What is it?
Basin is essentially I don't know.
You're putting a concrete vault in the
No,
ground?
it's
or
a,
are
it's
you-
a dirt, it's essentially a earthen pond, essentially with the controlled discharge. with the-
Whereabouts is that going to be located?
It
'Cause
would
it
be-
looks like a lot of development up there to me.
Yeah. It would be on the acre lots, essentially on the downstream side. So we have two alternatives. You can either detain the,
Hey, excuse me just a minute. We're having a discussion right now, okay? I was very nice when you guys were having a discussion. Gave you all the time that was allowed. Please be respectful and give that back to us. Thank you. Carrie, go ahead.
so there's two ways to approach it, right? I mean, what we're ultimately required to do is maintain historic discharge. So we can either detain off-site flows and knock those down before they enter the site, which in a lot of areas it's more amenable to development, because if you can knock down the off-site flows, then your infrastructure inside the subdivision can then get smaller. So we have the ability to detain the off-site flows at the end of the existing cul-de-sac, which is, like I said, it's essentially an earthen basin with riprap around the ends. It'll typically have a major event overflow, so it'll be a weir structure that in case it gets overtaxed, it's the discharge from the basin is controlled as well. And then it'll have a low flow infrastructure, typically for 5-year events is the design storm. So essentially a piped outlet that essentially the basin fills up with water and then is metered out.
Okay, so it's not going to retain any of it and wait for it to either evaporate or be absorbed as back into the ground as groundwater.
Well, no, it's not a retention basin. There are, we've got laws that we also have to meet, where if water falls on the ground that naturally got to the Truckee River, we have only so many days that we can hold it before it has to get back to the Truckee River. So even in retention basins, we're only allowed to hold the water for so long before we have to prove that it'll dissipate through groundwater through absorption, or we have to have relief valves actually on the retention basins themselves where we can go open them up and discharge them back to the natural drainage course. So as far as retention basins and holding the water for a long period of time, the other requirements that we have are vector gym requirements. The health department doesn't allow you to hold that water for too long just because it's a mosquito breeding ground, and that causes other issues as well.
Okay. So that was part of the discussion we had this morning. The other part was velocity besides volume. So when you're talking about putting water inside a pipe, it doesn't matter what the diameter is, but you've got water then being held behind it, creating head pressure. What happens with the force of the water where it's now coming out of a pipe and it's maybe a roadside ditch, V-ditch?
Yeah.
That's no longer on your property or the property being developed.
Yeah.
But who sets that up to work properly and whose maintenance is it?
So what we're restricted by as far as what's going on downstream of us is what is contained within our boundary, right? So in order for us to maintain that peak and like discharge, which is also a requirement, we'd essentially have to tie in with a similar physical feature on the ground that exists there today to replicate what has been discharged there for, is the existing condition when we start the development. So when we have pipe discharges, they typically are at higher velocities because pipes can operate under pressure, but they're typically discharged into an open channel, which has more area essentially, which when that water expands in there, the velocities slow down. And the Reno Design Manual has requirements that we have to follow. And the Truckee Meadows Design Manual actually is the one that covers us here, that we have to size riprap and erosion control. We have to model the velocities in any channels that we have, and we have to show that we're discharging in both peak flows and the kind of discharge. So we can't just point a water cannon at our downstream neighbors.
Okay, so no modification to anything downstream, but what you do have in your control, you have to design for detention based upon the way those culverts exist today or the day that you go out and do your design work.
That's
So
correct.
you will go out and survey them, and maybe 40 years ago, they were 2 feet deep. Today, because of silt growth, whatever, they're a foot deep, and let's say they're still 2 feet wide 40 years ago and today. So you're going to design then your detention for an existing culvert that's 1 foot deep and 2 foot wide, if that's the existing condition.
Yeah, essentially, we look at what, like I said before, what the historic peaks are, ignoring the fact that the steamboat ditch is there, and that sets the quantity or the discharge amount that you have, and then the existing ground condition at your boundary condition dictates how you can discharge as far as like kind. Right, so if it's gonna be a sheet flow or if it's gonna be a point discharge, I can't control what's not on our property, I can only control what's on our property. Not to say that we haven't reached out and done some improvements offsite on other projects to improve the drainage condition. I know that that's one of the things that we're required to look at in this situation is where are the bottlenecks in the historic condition, right? Because right now we know that there's flooding out there now. What we don't know is how much of it is contributed to an uncontrolled structure being the steamboat ditch, you know, transferring water from one hydrographic basin to the area that has the least amount of capacity on the steamboat. So our hydrology and hydraulics modeling and study for this is going to be very extensive, and we're also doing it further up the ditch, right? Because the more we can control how much water gets in the ditch, the better off every downstream user is, to a point, right? Because once it leaves our property, we have no control beyond that on what enters the ditch, but we can improve the situation for our boundary.
Okay, great. Thank you, Carrie. Shawnee or Janelle? Regarding this sheet flow and this storm drain, do you agree with the statements that the applicant's engineer has just described as a design that will work and will be better than it is today, or as good as meeting state law?
So Shawnee Denigan, Senior Engineering Tech for the record. Yes, that has been the goal of our conditions, is to work towards a point where we're improving the situation out there with the flooding. They're going to have to look at everything that Carrie said in order to address our concerns so that we feel comfortable that they've met those conditions we've set on them.
Okay. Do you know who is responsible for maintenance of those existing drainage areas north of this development's property line?
No, I do not.
Okay.
I believe it would be the county, but that is something I don't know.
Okay. Okay. That's all I have for you right now, Shawnee. Thank you.
Commissioner Weisky, if you don't mind, I've had a request from someone here to take a 5-minute break due to the limited number of people we have up here. Are you willing to suspend your questions for 5 minutes to allow that to happen?
I will, thank you.
Okay. Again, we're running a little short up here, so if any of us has to leave, I have to postpone the meeting or pause the meeting. I'm going to do that for a brief 5-minute break, and then we will come back and resume our questioning. So thank you for your patience.
Michelle, are you all set? Okay. Okay, I'm going to bring the meeting back to order. I appreciate everybody's patience in hanging out with us for that. So I am going to, since I interrupted Commissioner Weisky with that, I will throw it back to you if you had some additional questions you wanted to ask.
I do.
Please
If I can continue.
continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman. Can I please get the representative from Tumwa to come back up to the podium? I understand that you would like to share some additional clarification regarding water rights.
Right. I just wanted to,
Would you
John Enlow.
reintroduce yourself for the record?
Yeah, John Enlow, Truckee Meadows Water Authority. I just wanted to make sure you didn't leave with a misperception. So the water rights issue, there's 800 plus acre feet of groundwater rights that were held by Boomtown at one point. Boomtown retained 300 acre feet of the water rights for their own uses, so for the casino, Cabela's, the mini mart, the park down by the river and so forth. So what I wanted you to understand is there have been discussions with the state engineer and Tumwa and the developer and their engineer and their hydrogeologist and so forth. And so the state engineer has the ultimate authority on determining whether or not they're going to accept the groundwater rights for a will serve commitment. And based upon the information available today, what he has said to Tumwa is that he is prepared to accept the water rights to allow these developments to go forward, the Meridian 120 North on the north side of 80, as well as this project. He's prepared to approve those will serve commitments based on the groundwater rights that they have available. I mean, that being said, I think there's a number of factors why he's willing to do that. Boomtown's water use in the past was actually greater than it is today. When the truck stop was there, they were using much more water. So I don't think anybody disagrees. There is some amount of sustainable resource out there to allow some additional development to go forward. And that's where I think the state engineer and Tumwa are looking at this similarly, in that we'd like to see, additional pumping, monitor water levels in the area and see what happens. If things are stable, allow additional pumping to occur and so forth. And that's where it takes a period of time to be able to establish a comfort level with the amount of water that is sustainable on a long-term basis. But I didn't want you to walk away from my prior comments thinking that this development does not have adequate water rights to move forward with, because the feedback I've had from the state engineer's office is they are willing to accept the water rights when this comes forward.
John, water rights are one thing, but available water is another.
Right.
And so that's apples and oranges.
Well,
one is on paper in an agreement, and another is physical, tangible, wet water.
Exactly.
Okay.
And that's where the time factor plays into this.
Got it. Okay. Anybody else want to jump in before I move on?
Thank you.
Seeing none. Thank you, John.
Nathan, if you would, please. Let's talk about the secondary exits from this development and emergency exits from this development regarding traffic and the existing Blue Heron and Belli subdivisions. Are they all, they all have, in the case of an emergency, they have only one way out, and that's either the westbound or eastbound on-ramps to I-80. Am I correct? at Boomtown.
That's correct. In conversation with Fire Marshal Trey Palmer this afternoon, talking about required secondary access, given that the fact that the residential subdivision of this number is sprinklered, they found no warrant to provide an additional secondary access beyond Boomtown Garson Road.
So what about in the case of an evacuation? I mean, if it's a wildland fire, it's not a specific house fire, and everybody has to pack up and leave, we still only have one access point, right?
That's correct. Yeah, the information that was relayed to me by Fire Marshal Palmer this afternoon was that they have procedures and protocol, and that it's standard practice given the parameters of this particular subdivision.
Okay, so everything's still okay that way then?
He had no additional comments beyond fire code and no request to condition further.
Okay. My understanding from reading the drawings, my staff report, is that right now, and I'm probably going to say this wrong, but I believe it's Deer Valley Road, which is that Deer Mountain Road. That's the road on the east side. That has an emergency secondary exiting point through that cul-de-sac onto that road if need be. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that goes back down into Blue Heron and then back west to get out of there. My conversation this morning, and I didn't see it on the drawings when I was meeting with the applicant's engineer and representative, is the cul-de-sac to the northwest, also, that one right there, is supposed to be an emergency exit. Are you aware of that?
I was not aware of that. We did discuss initially, and we did discuss that with the fire marshal as well. It was discussed that, the final plans, final maps is really when the fire department gets to the nitty-gritty. And so when we looked at this with concerns of fire emergency access, again, they did not request additional
Is that something that we
mitigations or
should have
conditions.
noted now, or is that something that will come out in the end?
Which
As far as if the developer wants to provide that as an emergency access, because obviously it's up to the
They'll
developer.
be evaluated at final map. At the tentative map stage, we're looking generally for the general provisions.
Okay, all right. Nathan, we've had quite a bit of discussion about water, and there's a lot of concern about that. And if you want to defer to Shawnee or Janelle, I understand. But can you describe for me, for us, what happens if this development starts to go forward and test results 6 months to a year and a half from now after they're compiled show that there's not enough in the well service? In the water table, and there is no other water service at the time, what happens? Does the development stop?
I think I'm going to defer that to Janelle Thomas, senior engineer.
Good timing. Hi, Shawnee, welcome back. Good time. Be up
Should
here.
be able to answer that one. So again, Shawnee Dunnigan, Senior Engineering Tech for the record. So I believe the way I understand it to be that they have enough pumping records for this one. The state engineer is confident they have the water rights for this one. They've proved
They may have the water rights, but do they have
the pumping records are there to support that they have the wet water,
Okay.
as we know it, for this one. Whether that exceeds any future subdivisions, that I don't know.
Okay.
But for this one itself, I believe that they have proved that they have the wet water.
Okay. The conditions are well-written, and I want to, this is as good as time as any to send out accolades to staff for the conditions that are written all the way through this. I think they're excellent, and there's a lot of protection in there for the future. Is there anything in place to ensure that the neighbors' wells do not get depleted or drop down just because this development is coming online?
That would be something that would be probably handled with the state engineer's office. On our level, we have nothing relating to water law. The water law is handled by the state engineer's office, and he's the one who will determine who has the senior water rights, who has junior water rights, and that kind of bases upon who gets water first. So anything beyond that, it would be the state engineer if there is any provision for action in that manner.
Okay. Is there any scientific evidence, any data, any math behind the conversation of the water sheet draining that's coming down the mountain, that's being absorbed by the ground and into the groundwater table versus going directly into the Truckee River as storm drain runoff, so that, should more, with these homes coming online, more water is going to come out of that groundwater table. And is there, what's the means of replacing one for one, or whatever the math is behind it, to ensure that groundwater table, although it fluctuates, stays within reasonable limits, and who's responsible for that?
That I don't know the answer to. I don't know if Janelle can answer
Okay.
that one.
Perhaps I can put in a little food for thought on this. Because we've been involved obviously in this project for several years now, with the approval of the 273 lots, the Meridian 120 North that's been referenced, as well as the Boomtown Industrial to the north. During the testimony for Meridian 120 North, we had our hydrogeologist, David Carlson, provide testimony to how these different aquifers are recharged. And just kind of as a side note, David Carlson is a consultant, has been a consultant to TUMWA, and for the record has provided a lot of the well logs and the supply logs for this water system. So to make a statement that there isn't a record of the water supply out here, that's not true. There is a record of the water supply and how much has been pumped. So just want to clarify that. What we learned during the 273 lots to the north is that there basically are two aquifers. In that one, there was concern about some of the folks to the north in Verdi. Their wells are recharged by the NV Energy hydroelectric canal, and then this upper zone is recharged by the steamboat ditch. So because the ditch is a long linear water feature, that water in there, it's an earthen ditch, and it's constantly seeping into the groundwater and recharging it. So that's kind of the main recharge sources in this area.
So weather, snow, melt, runoff doesn't
You're gonna
pertain
get
to it
some,
then as...
but the main source is the steamboat ditch and the hydro canal.
Okay. Thank you, Andy. Nathan, for clarification purposes, one of the things that we are not looking at tonight is density of Meridian 120 South. Why is that?
That's correct. For the record, Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. As we've been discussing at length, this is a legacy of the Mortensen Garson Plan. And the density, the zoning, all the zoning standards, the master plan designations were all established when the Development Standards Handbook was adopted, and subsequently in 2012 when the city adopted the overlay and base zoning standards through standard ordinance.
Back in 2012, when City Council at that time adopted the plan, the density was already set.
In 2004 is when the zoning was laid out in its present form in the codified Title 18 zoning code. It's in 2012, correct?
Okay. So that's why we're not looking at it tonight, and do we have any say-so in it?
No. No, the density zoning standards are established in code.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vice Chairman, I'm going to take a break. Not leave, but just turn my mic
That's
off.
good, because we've already determined we can't leave and keep the meeting going. Commissioners? Commissioner Hawkins?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. One question to anybody who can volley this. When's the last inspection or test inspection done on the wells at Boomtown?
So this is, Andy Derling with Wood Rogers. Again, this is sort of a process that was started with the industrial project and the 273 lots to the north. And it's been stated, I think, several times that the state engineer is closely watching this situation, is very much in tune with what's going on here, and as was stated, feels comfortable with what's been approved to the north and the approval of this project. And he is the final say in the supply of water in this area to this water system. So, we appreciate Tomo's comments on that, but they're a water provider, not the actual, final say on the water source here. So, but just to get to your question, sorry, can you repeat it one more time? Sorry, I apologize.
No.
Well, the last time, yeah, that's right, sorry. I lost my train of thought. So, as part of that state engineer's process, what he requested was a really robust monitoring system, and we've installed additional monitoring wells, and right now, those are being monitored daily. It's, real-time monitoring is what we committed to with the state engineer.
Okay, on the,
Commissioner Hawkins, can I
I'm
jump
sorry.
in and ask a question on
You
that real quick? Andy, when did that testing start? Monitoring,
The new monitoring wells, there are existing monitoring wells.
the new
out there.
monitor.
The new ones were drilled
The
in
one you say
August.
are being done daily.
August. Yeah.
Sorry, for the record, Kerry Chisholm, the applicant's engineer. When this project came forward years ago, the state engineer had it's kind of a town hall meeting out in Verdi and made it very clear that he was going to be very critical of this project. One of the parts of that project was a monitoring plan for the Boomtown system. The Boomtown system, we went in with the first map. They provided them with a testing procedure essentially that would monitor the wells. They told them how many additional wells they needed drilled. We drilled the additional wells. In August, I believe those were completed. There was also some improvements to some existing wells out there. They weren't testing well number 10 because it had oil in it from the type of lubrication of the pump that they were using. So they've since removed that well. They're installing a new water lubricated well and starting to collect data from that. Data loggers were purchased by our client to be installed in the new wells.
So
and
when
those are to be
did
installed
the
by,
testing start? When did the monitoring start?
the monitoring started in August when the new test
Thank you.
wells were drilled.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins.
thank you. This would probably be for Andy and legal. Explain to me about a third-party ownership of an easement, because it sounds illegal to me.
In reference to what, I'm sorry?
Well, you have an easement. This gentleman back here on my left indicated that he owns easement and that there's a third-party easement. This is the gentleman I'm talking about. If you could explain what the third-party easement is and how it's illegal, we'd appreciate it.
Mr. Hawkins, I'm not an attorney, but I can give you my basic layman understanding.
Could you just
I,
state your name?
the
Can you state
steamboat
your name?
ditch goes through my
Can you state your
property.
name?
Can you
For the
state your name
record,
for the
please?
record, please?
I'm
Please
I'm
state your-
sorry, Ed Coffer.
Thank you, Ed.
The steamboat ditch goes through my property. I own the land under that easement. I have granted Steamboat the right to utilize that easement for ingress, egress, and maintenance. I did not give them the right to assign that easement to a third party to use as a trail. Should the third party attempt to utilize that easement, I have the right to take it back because they've overburdened the easement.
Who is the third party, sir?
In this case, I would think it would be the developer wanting to use the Steamboat Trail as a walking trail.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Panye, please.
Sorry, Commissioner Hawkins, if I can address that too. There is a requirement in the Mortensen Garson overlay district that we provide trails along the Steamboat Ditch. So that's in one of the conditions that we'll work with Mr. Pani on what the details of the trail would look like basically along the maintenance road, along the Steamboat Ditch. But yeah, we cannot go off our property. That trail will end at our property, and if we need to put up signage or something else to the approval of the ditch company, then we understand that. The trail would be on our property, and that easement would be just on our property.
Michael Pani for Steamboat. To be clear, Steamboat has not granted anyone the right to use the Steamboat Ditch for recreational purposes, and generally we oppose that.
All I need to know. Thank you.
Mr. Panya, before you sit down, just have a quick question for you.
Yes.
Just clarification from your public comment. There were presented 3 modified conditions as a part of the presentation today, all of them with respect to 12, 15, and 17. Did I understand you right in your public comment that the Steamboat Ditch Company is opposed to the changes that were presented in these modified conditions?
Yes, again, Michael Pani, we did not see those changes before we came to the meeting tonight. And the reason I'm opposing is the testimony from the applicant was suggesting that the purpose was to limit Steamboat's input on those conditions. Whether the water is coming from stormwater flows or our irrigation uses, it impacts the operation maintenance of our canal. It impacts our ability to assure that we have the capability of delivering water to our customers. So regardless of what the source of water is, we still as Steamboat want to have input along with the city as to whatever conditions or improvements are going to be made to mitigate those effects.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Mr. Hawkins, if you don't mind, I'm going to follow up with Nathan on this one. Thank you. Nathan? I've listened, I'm looking at the revised comments here, and I guess maybe my question is when I'm reading these, it appears that the modifications to them are speaking about storm water over the top of this. I guess, can you explain for me the reason for the changes that were here and how that may impact any sort of negotiations or discussions that are occurring between the city and or the applicant and the Steamboat Ditch Company?
I can answer that one. We worked on these revisions. So yes, you're correct. And it was more to address that we want to examine the stormwater. That is our concern. That is what causes the problems that we've seen. So we changed it to be a little more specific of what we're looking for. I don't see how we excluded Steamboat Ditch in the conditions we wrote up.
Were the initial conditions written with input from Steamboat Ditch?
No. The
Okay.
only thing you can see that changed is in 1, we added stormwater to the flow, clarified stormwater events and the flows that they see, and then some wording on irrigation ditch easements. We didn't restrict or, get rid of the involvement with Steamboat Ditch.
Thank you. I appreciate that because that was my take as well. So I guess my next question on this kind of goes back to some of the discussion we were having about the stormwater. And I know Commissioner Weisky asked a number of questions of the applicant and the applicant's engineer. My understanding, at least from the initial part of the discussion and even the presentation, is that there is an analysis on the site for stormwater that involves addressing the flows coming onto the site that do not include the Steamboat Ditch.
Correct.
That's fair. Then I also see that there are some conditions here that the applicant is also required to provide I guess, infrastructure to address failures of the steamboat ditch, whether they're in a storm event or in some cases just in general? Am I reading that correctly?
Well, so what they're responsible looking for are those storm flows, and that's a majority of when that breaks, that's what they're gonna see, is it's gonna be those storm flows. So if they're analyzing for those, it's gonna encapsulate anything else.
Okay.
The way I understand it, the irrigation flows compared to what flows onto the site from the off-site flows is not minor, but it's the storm flows that we're concerned about.
Okay. So I'm going to ask the applicant's representative up again, because I know he's enjoyed the conversation about detention and retention and stormwater. So I'm going to get him up to try to ask it in a way that maybe can shed a little more light on this. One of the issues that we have here, and part of the reason why we have a special use permit, is a disturbance of a major drainage way.
Yeah.
So the discussion that you had with Commissioner Weisky was very clear in terms of the approach that you're looking to take to that. What I wasn't hearing there was an understanding of how, in addition to that, you are going to address the conditions that require you to also accommodate storm I guess failures of part of the steamboat ditch without further impacting anything downstream. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, what
Kind of is close
yeah,
for me.
It's close. I mean,
that's what I'm looking for.
We're close enough. I think we can get you there.
Thank you.
So the steamboat ditch itself and normal irrigation flows, and Mike can tell me if I'm too far off base. But when we met with the steamboat ditch, Mike and their engineering representative, their estimation of the capacity of steamboat ditch for irrigation flows, or maximum capacity, is around 70 CFS. We have some contributing basins that are in the hundreds, right? So the normal irrigation of the steamboat itself, when it's conveying normal irrigation water, we're not really concerned with that because steamboat ditch company is maintaining their ditch, right? And that's not typically when we see failures. We see failures when there are major storm events, and all these contributing basins now use the steamboat ditch to collect and convey until the ditch is overburdened with all these additional flows, and then it starts to spill out everywhere that the capacity of the ditch is limited. Because we have a ditch and we have a trail system, and the trail system does this alongside of the ditch, and a lot of times that's what limits the capacity of the ditch, right? Is it's how much water can it carry based on its actual depth before it would spill over the access. So what we're concerned with is the storm events, because that's where we've seen most of the failures in here, is when you have a storm event and these large basins are contributing more than what your normal irrigation flows are going to be.
Okay.
Does that help?
Thank you. It does. No. So then what I want to do is I'm trying to get to the understanding both of you're having to address a major drainage way on site, but according to condition 17, which is one of the ones that's modified, that's talking about your site also has to accommodate a steamboat ditch failure during storm events.
Correct.
So am I to understand that retention, detention, and all of the systems that you spoke eloquently about for Commissioner Weisky, additionally, part of the design of this has to demonstrate the storm flows, and if that is the case, is this part of the hydrological modeling that you're doing across the entire steamboat ditch?
Yeah, it kind of works as a system, right? I mean, the best control we have to mitigate the issues with steamboat is to not allow as much stormwater to get in it, and control how much is conveyed as it goes past these existing drainages.
Okay.
Right? So right now, it's completely uncontrolled. It discharges wherever it gets too full to convey the water. What we're tasked with essentially is discharging as much of the water out of the steamboat at locations where we've got infrastructure and improvements downstream to accommodate, and also keeping that stormwater from entering the ditch.
Okay. So then,
So along this, sorry to be long-winded, but the problem for this really starts quite a bit upstream.
well, and I was following up with that, because one of the comments that you made when you were up here before was that you're looking at this, and the hydrological model is looking at this from a broader perspective across the entire site. However, all of those infrastructure improvements and all the things that would come along with that are not a part of this. So when this gets brought forward for final map, all of the storm events that we're talking about do not take into account any of the things that you're planning on doing because they don't exist yet. Is that a fair statement?
It is a fair statement, but we are required to make any offsite improvements that are relevant to make our project work. So
So
we
if
we
you're-
can't, yeah,
okay.
we can't come forward and say, "Well, someday in the future, we're gonna build a dam." Right now, it doesn't work and it floods, but someday when that dam's there, it's gonna be great. We're required to provide the improvements to show that it works today. All of our final map projects, per state law, have to stand on their own. Even if we did this in phases, if we came in and said, we just wanna build the acre lots, I have to show that that works in and of itself without any of the future development. It has to stand on its own.
So the modeling that you are going to be doing to demonstrate compliance with these findings, if, hypothetically speaking, it doesn't work, and you have to incorporate changes off-site, it's understood that that will occur in order to meet the requirements for the work on this proposed subdivision.
Within the limits of our property, right? I mean, so the modeling that we're doing is everything that is included in the holdings of the client we have now. Obviously, we wouldn't go.
Understood, and that was where I
Yeah.
was going with that. So I appreciate that. Now I just need to follow up with who wants to keep fielding the questions. Come on, from the city standpoint, the statements that were made with respect to the final map and the hydrological findings, does that meet the intent of these conditions?
Yes, so if they were to come forward with offsite improvements that would improve these flows, and they can show that, hey, if we make these improvements down here, we're gonna have these flows, which will affect this, so we can design this, we will accept that and it will meet this condition.
Okay, and then the intent was there also from this hydrological study that's gonna be much broader than just the ditch that's on site. Is that what you're expecting to see when it comes in at final map in order for approval? The city is gonna be looking at the flows that you're requiring them to accommodate. That has to be part of the hydrological analysis that they're providing to you at final map. Is that
Yes, so those flows, they'll be specific to where this subdivision is, but they're dependent on what is upstream.
Okay. Thank you.
Makes sense?
Yes, I think I have beat that into the ground.
All right.
Would anybody like to talk about something other than stormwater, or did you have any follow-up questions on that?
Yeah,
Commissioner
Mr. Chair,
Hawkins.
I do.
Please.
We had a lady in the audience that indicated there was 8 or 9 lots that couldn't be developed until certain items happened on those lots. Is she still here? Okay.
Please come if you're going to answer the question, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. Thank you.
My name is Gene Gardella, for the record. My concern in regard to the traffic footprint is what she was talking about. So if you look at the alignment of the road going up to the Garson Road overpass, the wraparound lots are so close to that roadway and to that interchange that it doesn't offer the footprint necessary to accommodate the 20,000 or more average daily trips that come down from up above. So the suggestion that I was putting on the table is that you condition that those lots on the west side of this development not be approved and held until a study can be made about the size of the footprint necessary to have the road network and the traffic control network to handle the traffic coming down out of the Area 3 and possibly some of the Quillisi Meadow area, and the arterial commercial that's to the west of this. All of those things come together in this one place, and they all have to hook up with what is anticipated to be an additional bridge over the road, and there's no way that you can identify how much ground that's gonna take at this point in time until you understand what all of those traffic impacts are. And I think that this NDOT, in their letter, in their paragraph 5, had a bolded paragraph in there addressing this kind of issue. That we have incremental things, and we're taking a look at it about incremental impacts on traffic and access to the interstate that are limiting in their ability to build this traffic control network, the road network and the traffic control network. And so I don't want this idea, this project, to represent the same thing that happened on the McCarran Boulevard Pyramid Way project. That was done 25 years ago. And within 10 years, they said, we're going to have a problem with this in the future. But they had all kinds of houses and all kinds of buildings and commercial buildings constraining that intersection. They had to go buy them all and reconfigure it. This same kind of problem can exist if you don't limit the west part of this development and require that it not be constructed until you know what the footprint to manage this this entire road network and traffic control network going over the freeway is.
Thank you, Andy.
Yeah, appreciate the comments from Mr. Gardella, but respectfully disagree on the scope of what he was talking about. The roadway that we identify, I believe he's talking about that alignment. We are planning ahead. We are planning ahead that would be the main road that would serve the further southern reaches of the Mortensen-Garson plan. We are working with our traffic engineer to size that appropriately. It's in our best interest to size it appropriately now, because we want those lots to be viable so that they can be sold to a future homeowner. So that study is happening. I mentioned it in my remarks that we are doing kind of that overall south planning area study for Mortensen-Garson. It's a little unique situation where it wasn't done previously because it's not a PUD, but we are taking those steps to assure that the timing of infrastructure improvements go along with the development of the lots. So that is appropriate for what is planned in the future.
Thank you.
Janelle, was there a follow-up to that?
Yeah, Janelle Thomas, Senior Civil Engineer. I did want to add to that component of the conversation that staff has been communicating very closely with NDOT and the applicant regarding the future roadway widths and requirements for design in this general area. They have been looking at the overall development, and that this intersection that is shown currently does reflect the required width that is anticipated for the complete build-out.
Commissioners, additional questions? Discussion? Commissioner Weisky, you were just waiting for me to say the word discussion, weren't you?
No, I wasn't. I was trying to beat you to it, actually. Because at this point, I think we have gone through the questions in the greatest level of detail that we can, both our own personal questions and then those raised by the audience here this evening. And I look, so I'm really getting focused on the findings, and the 11 findings for tentative map. I'm looking at those, and those make sense based upon what is provided to us by the 2012 acceptance of the MGOD. But under special use permit, I'm still having a hard time with finding A. And Andy, I'd like to bring you back up one more time, give you one last opportunity to convince me that I understand what the zoning is. And no, I don't think it was a gracious move to provide 17 one-acre lots around the perimeter, but we had that discussion earlier today.
It's only 14.
14, excuse me.
So I
So-
believe,
So convince me that, you know, this higher density really is compatible with the existing surrounding land uses.
sure. So I think you're referencing special use permit general finding A,
Yes.
which says the proposed use is compatible with existing surrounding land uses and development. So there's a few things at play here. Part of this, we need to rely back on the settlement agreement that came out of Judge Hardesty's court and ultimately, as Nate said, in 2012, became part of the Reno Municipal Code. In that portion, in that now MGOD plan, there is a section, there are several sections actually, that address this situation in particular. It says verbatim, and I can read it off to you if you'd like, that we must provide 1-acre lots along the perimeter to edge match adjacent to the Blue Heron subdivision, and that is what we're doing. So we have, and the zoning is basically baked into that requirement, right? The zoning that is required of us has 1-acre parcels zoned around the exterior, and we have provided 1-acre lots. That is the buffering that is required by code. The other lots that are internal are on SF9 zoned land, and as I said in my original remarks, that area is even, we can have 140 homes in there, and we have 64. The overall density of this development is 1.7 dwelling units per acre, which is less than half-acre lot, basically greater than half-acre lots. If you were just to extrapolate it, it would be greater than half-acre lots, and I think that is compatible with the surrounding area. And because it is codified, we have to rely on code and rely on those past efforts by the courts to live by those requirements.
Thanks, Andy.
Further discussion,
So,
please.
Mr. Vice Chair, I'll start with discussion.
Okay.
I am satisfied with being able to make the 11 findings under tentative map. Based upon the explanation from Andy and that of Judge Hardesty's final decision, and the way the property is laid out in density, and some excellent conditions written in protection of not only the project, but also the neighboring properties, that I can make the findings for the special use permit under the general special use permit findings A through H. That does not mean that I'm in agreement with Judge Hardesty. It means that I accept Judge Hardesty's decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Weisky. Commissioners, additional discussion? Thoughts on Commissioner Weisky's comments? Commissioner Hawkins?
This time I tell you I can't make a finding.
You tell me what you're thinking. It's our discussion time.
I've had a well go out on me before. I'm not being recused, I'm just telling you, I had a well go out on me before, okay? I know what it's like to go without a well and water. And with the ups and downs of the water and aquifers and seismic activity in the Mogul area, you can divert water through another aquifer if you have a heavy enough earthquake. I can't find the finding number 2 on tentative map for the reasons I don't believe they can provide water unless Tumwa helps them out.
So Commissioner Hawkins, with response, and that's including a review of the conditions provided by staff with respect to that.
That's correct.
Commissioner Levis, I'll give you an opportunity.
Yeah, Commissioner Olivas. I guess to kind of follow up on Commissioner Weiske's comment in particular on Condition A of the special use permit general findings. I was trying to, I guess I agree with his comments on how to make the finding with the Judge Hardesty, but I was trying to figure out where around town and the transition and how that works. And I think that with the buffering and the one example I kind of came up with was possibly Chardonnay Village and how that has transitioned from the larger lots, and they've got the acre lots around it, and then more central is where there's more density. And I don't know the density of that versus this, but it seems to be an eloquent transition, and it seems to work there. So I guess that's kind of the vision that I'm having, and kind of with the vision of how it's going to be compatible and how that transition is made. I think that really helps me make that finding beyond just the requirements too. So I think that with the buffering and the transition, it seems to work.
I think I'll weigh in, Commissioner Johnson. I also was looking at that and hearing the comments tonight. Andy, I definitely appreciate the discussion. With respect to it, the one thing that I did notice, and I know this has been an issue as we've been moving forward with the master plan in general, is looking at lot size matching, and that is a requirement. I would also, though, state that if it wasn't for some existing legal findings that are the basis of this, I would not be able to make the finding, because in my mind, it seems almost counterintuitive to increase the density going up the hill. That does not make sense to me, but it is the underlying zoning, and as a board that has specific findings in the background on those, and from the very beginning of Nate's presentation, we are looking at something that is the basis of a settlement. And that is the only reason I am making this finding. I understand Commissioner Hawkins' concerns with the tentative map. I think there's been some great discussion tonight. With respect to the water, I'm not the state water engineer. I think there's a lot of conditions that are written in here that are pushing this both towards development in compliance with TUMWA standards, and everything is set up to allow for this to be connected to TUMWA. And I think from everything we've heard, we're encouraging that. Financial discussions aside, I think the conditions are written to allow that to happen. So I can appreciate Commissioner Hawkins and where he's coming from. That was why I posed the question with respect to the findings. With respect to the stormwater, I find that to be probably even a more complicated issue, just because we are dealing with a lot of things coming together at this point. And that's why I was asking the number of questions. I still have some concerns. I think the conditions are well written, and honestly, the concerns that I have do not preclude me from making the findings, because the final design requirements that the city is going to be putting on this are going to ensure that the discussions that we've had tonight and the engineering is going to be taken care of, to the extent that we can condition it at the tentative map stage. So that's my discussion. Any additional discussion or anything moving forward?
Mr. Vice Chairman, Commissioner Weisky, I can tell you in the audience, I'm like a lot of you. I'm a recipient of overflowing ditches regularly. Every time you guys do, you're my first alarm. I know it's coming when you guys have a flood. And when it breaches you, it's only a matter of 6 hours plus or minus before it breaches me. And I know I've got 8 to 15 hours of sandbagging and moving water and pumping water and everything else. So I'm very respectful of it. The one suggestion I have is that everything downstream of this property that goes through Blue Heron in the existing ditches, start working with Washoe County Public Works Department to improve those ditches if they can be improved and allow for some more flow. But we cannot condition a property owner to make improvements off of his property during a tentative map, and it's a shame. And for everybody that, not just immediate, but downstream. And that is who is, besides yourselves, who is responsible for those additional drainage ditches. The best that we can do is ensure that this development will retain or detain as much water as possible for as long as possible, and then control the velocity and the volume leaving the detention facility so that it minimizes the potential damage to your properties. And that's really, we're kind of hamstrung there. And it's taken several days with a lot of meetings between myself and our staff and the applicant's engineers, even an outside engineer I called a favor in on, to garner this information and to garner this education. So with that, I am prepared to make a motion, Mr. Vice Chair, when you're ready.
Any additional discussion? Commissioner Weisky?
In the case of LDC 17-00061, Meridian 120 South, Village 1 and 2, based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to approve the tentative map subject to the conditions, and I can make all of the findings.
Commissioner Weisky, as a point of clarification, does that involve the modified conditions?
Including the modified conditions of 12, 15, and 17.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Commissioner Olivas, I'll second that. And I can make all the findings.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
A motion carries 3-1. Legal, can I get there's only 4 of us up here.
You need 4 votes for this motion to pass.
So based on that, motion fails due to only 3 aye votes on this. So,
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, can I get a point of clarification on that? It's a simple majority of the members present. This is not a master plan amendment.
No, this is a tentative map. It has to be a majority of the total membership. And we have a membership of 7, but we take that down to 6 because of the abstention. So you still need 4 votes.
Even though there's 2 absent. It's not a
total membership.
okay, based on interpretation from legal, we have 3 votes for, 1 vote against, 1 abstention, and 2 absences. So my understanding from legal is that the motion does not carry. And so with that, I will read the appeal process, which is any final action, not including recommendations or failure to take action by the Planning Commission, may be appealed to the Reno City Council by the applicant, the mayor, or a city council member, or any person who is aggrieved by the action or inaction. An appeal, together with fees, must be filed with the city clerk within 10 calendar days, starting on the day after written notice of the action is filed with the city clerk. And if the 10th calendar day falls on a weekend or holiday when the clerk's office is not open, the appeal may be filed on the next business day. Okay. Were there 2 separate motions for tentative map and SUP? It was a single motion, I believe, is the way it's written.
I called it as a single motion and separated the tentative map from the SUP.
Okay.
Without the tentative map, we don't need the SUP, correct?
Understood.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, with that, moving on to item 6.2, case number LDC 17-00052, the Meridian 120 zone change. I've been told that we are going to open this in addition with item 6.3, which is a text amendment TXT 17-00005, the Mortensen Garson Overlay Planning Area 3 zone change. I believe the applicant is the same for both of them, so I will open this up for the applicant or applicant's representative for the presentation.
If I can get the PowerPoint, please. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, Andy Derling with Wood Rogers, representing the applicant for this zone change. I will keep this presentation pretty short and sweet. This is a zone change request to change the area of hotel commercial or hotel casino to arterial commercial, as well as the area of industrial commercial on the south side of Interstate 80 to arterial commercial, as well as there's some cleanup with some moving roadways and things like that. There will be a small portion of hotel commercial going to SF9 in the previous, associated with the previous item. The public facility and the arterial commercial that are currently on the interchange will remain. The Mortensen Garson plan, as we've talked at length about tonight, actually discusses the change from the hotel casino to arterial commercial as being something that is allowed. The text amendment that you have, as well as as a companion to this item, allows for and enables the then change of the industrial commercial to arterial commercial. Really, when looking at the locational criteria and the size and developability of the industrial commercial, it really did not lend itself to industrial uses. It's extremely narrow. It's very difficult. It will have likely a frontage road along the interstate there, and really does not lend itself to be viable as an industrial property. And so what we're asking for is an arterial commercial to have kind of a consistent zoning along the freeway there. The applicant has no intention of building the hotel casino, so overall this is a considerable downzoning of these two areas. The hotel casino is the most intense commercial use in the city of Reno. Going to arterial commercial is going to be a downzone in that. Also with the industrial commercial, we're able to kind of get rid of maybe some of the more intensive industrial type uses that could be allowed in there, and really hone in on a more appropriate commercial designation for this. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Andy. Nathan, welcome back.
Good evening. For the record, Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. Staff would concur with the applicant's presentation. A point of clarification, the City Council sponsored the corresponding text amendment. That's to entertain the request for a zone change, because the zoning is actually in the Mortensen Garson overlay. In order to change the zoning within it, you need both a base zone base zone change as well as a text amendment. So this is the City of Reno as a sponsor for the text amendment component. As Andy mentioned, the hotel casino portion, the Mortensen Garson plan, already has language that says that HC is interchangeable with arterial commercial. So if you didn't want to do hotel casino, you could switch it through to arterial commercial with the zone change. Other component is from the industrial commercial existing designation to arterial commercial. Andy mentioned that this was brought because the zone change was already in play. Staff had this was to correspond with the proposed tentative map. Staff can do that administratively to kind of modify the zoning to correspond with roads, but since this was all a package deal, it was included. The final component was the 3.3 acre component here in HC. Their tentative map, which you just reviewed, had some overlay, and it was conditioned that those lots, should that tentative map be approved, be subject to the zone change. So it's a 3.3 acre portion of the HC that would be proposed to go to SF9. I'm available for any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Nathan. I'm going to bring it back to the Commission for Disclosures. Commissioner Weisky?
I rode to the site, visited with the neighbors, and visited with the applicant's representative and the applicant.
Commissioner Hawkins visited the site, visited with one of the neighbors who gave me a ride around the project, and that's it.
Commissioner Johnson, I visited the site, spoke with the applicant's representative, and received correspondence.
Commissioner Olivas, as did I.
Okay, this is a public hearing as well. I do have some request to speak forms on this item, so I'm going to open public comment. Hopefully these are tied to this. The first one I have is Gideon Kaplowitz. Is he still here? Not seeing Gideon. He listed, wished to make a statement and in opposition. Next is Bruce Comer.
Bruce Comer, for the record. I'm sorry, I'd like to change that to that I'm in favor of it.
Okay. Easy enough. We will make that change administratively up here. And Deanne Radcliffe.
Thank you, Deanne Radcliffe. I live in the Blue Heron subdivision. And again, thank you for serving up here. I was the chairperson of the Bird Eye Citizens Advisory Board during the time that the Mortons and Garson handbook happened. And I spoke about this at the August meeting, but myself and many other community members spent hundreds of hours with, that would be city council members, with county commissioners, with the property owners at the time, who've of course changed over, but I'm really struggling with changing what really hundreds of hours of work went into and just agreement on many, many details. So those are the concerns that I have. And I guess the other concerns I have, especially putting more houses over here, based on that discussion about Tumwa, I just really want to express that I'm dependent on well water. If Tumwa is not the water purveyor, I really have no recourse. I could go to the state engineer if my well fails, but I would think that would cost me a substantial amount of money that I really would not be able to produce to say that my water rights supersede the West Reno Water Company. So I really encourage you to look at the entire area, and Tumwa providing 100% water to the site I think would be best for all the residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to make public comment on both of these items? Seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back to Commission for questions. Commissioners, questions with respect to either the text amendment or the zone change? Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to go with what the staff has. I see that the zoning change will do it abundance of good out there after it's been changed.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Weisky.
Thank you. Andy, can I get you up to the podium, please?
You bet.
You discussed with me that when changing this from hotel commercial to arterial commercial, it has the potential to reduce the overall daily trips on these local streets. Is that correct?
Correct. We looked at just a very simple trip generation for kind of what's out there now and kind of a hypothetical of what could be built on a 20-plus acre hotel commercial site and the industrial commercial, compared that to a couple different potential uses, and all of them were less than that hotel commercial. It's a very high generator.
Okay. With that, what is the trigger point still a level of service C at peak hours? If this were to go to multifamily or additional housing for the roads and the intersections on the bridge and the freeway?
Yes, we are in the Mortensen Garson planning area, and the level of service, the policy level of service in that planning area is level of service C.
Okay. So it's not conditioned with a zone change, obviously. But finding L is to ensure the development of an adequate supply of housing for the community, including the development of affordable housing. How, as a planning commissioner, do you propose I make that finding for this zone change?
I mean, if anything, that finding becomes easier to make with the zone change. Under the current zoning designations of hotel, casino, and industrial commercial, there's no housing of any sort is allowed. With the arterial commercial, there would be the opportunity for different types of single-family attached, multifamily could be allowed, which that then would get to you helping you make that finding for, I don't want to say affordable housing, attainable housing, that housing that's geared towards the median income for our community.
Okay. Last question for you is the industrial component is being reduced in acreage. One of the things that Planning Commission currently is looking at and striving for in the near future and long-term goals is work and employment centers together, combined. By reducing this industrial area, aren't we starting to reduce that component of live and work?
Not necessarily. I mean, with the change is still to a commercial designation, right? It's going from industrial commercial to arterial commercial. So commercial still lends itself to employment opportunities. There are additional employment opportunities to the north of this, the Boomtown Industrial Project that's under construction right now, Boomtown itself. There are several employers in the area. And so this, no, I would not be concerned about this being a significant reduction in employment opportunities. Plus, in my original remarks, it's not really that viable for industrial because of the physical nature of this parcel. So it becomes difficult to justify employment on something that you would have a hard time building employment generating buildings on.
Right, okay. Nate, can you come back up, please? Nate, with the adjustment in, from HC to AC, after going through the Title 18 zoning pages in my staff report, it looks like it allows for a lot of opportunities for employment centers, if you will, be it small businesses, retail shopping, those types of things are allowed under AC if somebody were to develop in that direction, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so it can be more of a combination now versus a standard hotel, casino, and industrial component. Now it has a potential of multiple employment sources along with some housing mixed into it.
That's correct. Yeah, the hotel casino is zoning designation is for non-restricted gaming. It's very focused on your standard hotel casino operation and limits land uses to those types of endeavors. The arterial commercial allows for a variety of uses, offices, commercial, and some residential.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Weisky. Additional questions? Discussion? If there's no further questions for the staff or applicant, I guess I'll start. I appreciate the questions that Commissioner Weisky was asking because those were sort of along the same lines I was thinking. And what that sort of cemented for me it was actually finding talking about the development of land is commensurate with the character of the physical limitations of the land. The strip against the freeway, I don't see an issue with industrial commercial there. I do definitely see some limitations to that. And the hotel casino piece, I see as very problematic. So cleaning this up, I think, is a good thing. I also like the downsizing in terms of the use. We talk a lot about traffic, but some of the things we've heard tonight with respect to water use, hotel casino, as we know from Boomtown across the street, is one of the largest users of water and in a way that isn't in any way able to be kept in this area. So that discussion, I think, was very appropriate, both for what we talked about previously, but for this one, in the sense that if we're downgrading not only traffic counts, but I believe the potential for fixture units and water use. So based on that, I see the zoning map changes being appropriate, and I'm seeing that I can make all the findings. So any additional discussion with respect to that? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Weisky.
in the case of LDC 17-00052 Meridian 120 zone change, based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to recommend that City Council approve the zoning map amendment by ordinance, and I can make all of the findings. And I appreciate the fact that your comments, along with the fact that going to IC allows protection with a lot of SUPs in the IC zoning. So the applicant, whoever that may be at some later point bringing a business in, would have to request a special use permit for the larger industrial projects.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Commissioner Hawkins, second.
Hawkins, second. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Also looking for a motion on item 6.3, the text amendment. Commissioners, if I can get a motion on that as well, or discussion.
Mr. Chairman, if you're ready for a
Commissioner Weisky.
motion, case of TXT 17-00005 Mortensen Garson Overlay Planning Area 3, zone change. Based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to recommend that City Council approve the text amendment by ordinance. And I can make all the findings.
Thank you to Commissioner Weisky. I have a motion.
Commissioner Hawkins, second.
Commissioner Hawkins, second. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. I have been told we need to actually back up to item 6.1. Legal has requested a separate motion for the special use permit from the tentative map. So what I would like to do is ask Commissioner Weisky, since he made the motion, and correct me if I'm wrong, either legal or Claudia, should we redo both motions and both votes?
Claudia Hanson, Planning Manager. No, we just need a vote on the special use permit.
Okay, so I am looking for a motion with respect to the special use permit aspect of item 6.1, which was LDC 17-00061, Meridian 120 South Village 1 and 2.
Correct, and this is regarding fills and the drainage way. The findings on these are in page, I believe it's 15 of your staff report. I just handed mine off. And this one is just a majority of those members present, so you don't need the 4 votes. It can just be 3.
Okay.
Mr. Vice Chairman, Commissioner Weisky, in the case of LDC 17-00061, Meridian 120 South Village 1 and 2, based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to approve the special use permit subject to the conditions, and I can make all of the conditions for this special use permit of fills of 10 feet or more and disturbance of a major drainage way.
Can I clarify that you can make all the findings, not all the conditions?
Did I say conditions? I'm sorry. It's getting later. All of the findings, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Weisky. I have a motion with respect to the special use permit. Do I have a second?
Commissioner Olivas, I'll second, and I can make all the findings.
I have a motion and a second. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion carries 4-0. 4-0. Okay. Legal, are we good with item 6.1? Okay, thank you. Moving on, we are now going to move into public hearings. Item 7.1, actually, I guess we should wait. Is Commissioner, yeah, let's take a quick break for 5 minutes to bring back Commissioner that has recused herself. Do we good? Okay, we're good. Okay. So, sorry, I didn't actually close it out, so thank you, no problem. Okay. Thank you. Do we need to take a break? Are we good? Okay. All right, we're gonna move on. Item 7.1. Case number LDC 18-0008, Longboards Pizza. Looking for presentation from the applicant's representative. Derek, welcome.
Hi, good evening. Derek Wilson with Rubicon Design Group on behalf of the applicant. We had a computer file with this. If that's not ready, I've got printed exhibits. Great, thank you. Can you flip to the next one, please? Do I have that here? Oh, arrow. Okay, great, thank you. There we go. Yeah, we're asking for a special use permit for a restaurant with alcohol service. It's important to understand there is no bar area inside the restaurant. This is a pizza place, a family restaurant that intends to serve beer and wine. It's a recently constructed building. It's a new center. It therefore meets all current code. It's up to current standards in every way. No changes to the layout of the site are needed for this permit. They're open to the public now. They've been serving pizza. They seem to be well accepted. The NAB seem to be excited to have a new restaurant. I'm not sure if they provided their comments, but based on our experience there, they seemed very positive about it. They're just waiting to open the beer tap. They've been holding off on that pending this permit. There is a patio connected to, that's an interior shot. You can see there's no bar area there. It's seating. Customers come in, they order at the counter. You can see a beer tap in that right-hand photo. You can order a beer with your pizza and sit at a table. So there is no bar area. There's a patio on the building. It's an existing patio. It's that area where the red arrows touch the exhibit there. That patio is currently, it was constructed to serve the entire building. Because the pizza owner wants to extend beer and wine service to customers sitting on the patio, city staff asked us to enclose that area, which we have agreed to do, put up a steel fence. And then also there's a lease agreement. We have a commitment from the building owner to Longboards Pizza that area will be exclusively for Longboards Pizza. So they'll control access to that. People can't walk in on the street, from the street to that area. So it will essentially be part of the pizza restaurant. So it's a fairly simple, straightforward operation. We do have two condition amendments that I'd like to go over. Here we have how do I switch to the overhead? Thanks. The top part, Kyle did a good job with the conditions. At the top part, the typed section, we have proposed a small amendment to the existing condition 7. What this is saying is that when fencing is installed on the patio that fully secures it, beer and wine service would then be allowed on the patio. So we're fine with that. I think it makes sense. And then my handwriting below that, you see the new condition 8. We had a neighbor here, and I'm sure Claudia remembers, there's been quite a bit of interaction with this neighbor over the years as the site was being constructed. He got a notice for this site, and he came for this project, and he came to see exactly what was going on. So we consulted with him in the lobby, and based on our discussion with him, we came to an understanding of what they would need in order to be satisfied. And I don't mean to speak for him, but he was assured enough by this condition 8 that he chose to go home and not make any statement tonight. So what condition 8 does is it limits this permit to beer and wine only. This wording came from city staff, so my understanding is they're satisfied with that. I think it's an adequate protection for the neighbors. What they wanted was an assurance that it won't be a bar. It's a pizza restaurant with beer. The owner, he's filed with the city for a beer and wine license, so this doesn't change his business model at all. This is what he intended to do all along. This is just additional assurance. That's it for conditions. My final statement, I have a commitment here from the property owner that the patio is exclusively for Longbird's Pizza. I'm happy to give that as an exhibit if people are interested in that. That's all I have. I'd be happy to elaborate if needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. We'll have a presentation from staff. Kyle, welcome.
Good evening, Commissioners. Kyle Chisholm, Assistant Planner for the record. So this is the subject site. It's on the corner of Golden Valley Drive and North Hills Boulevard. As the applicant's representative stated, it's a developed site. The site was originally approved for a special use permit in 2015 for residential adjacency, and issues that were discussed with the original development for the entire complex included lighting, noise, visual screening, access and circulation, parking, and other site characteristics that were for the site in general. The request that we have tonight is for a special use permit to allow for a restaurant with alcohol service in the neighborhood commercial NC zone, which does require a special use permit. It's an existing 2,400 square foot tenant space. And I would like to say that condition number 4 is essentially carries over the conditions from the original special use permit, because there was specific conditions related to the site in general that staff believed should be carried forward to this special and should still be valid. So that was worded in such a way so that those carry it over. Again, reiterating kind of where we got to with what Derek was describing on the modified and added condition. I apologize for the bringing this to the podium, but we did have a neighbor show up that, as Derek described, was not very happy with the idea of having liquor sales, but was okay with the beer and wine aspect of the business. I reassured him that, again, in the NC zone, that no bar is allowed here, but they were still worried about the liquor component, and so the applicant agreed and came to terms regarding that modified condition. I have wrote those 2 conditions out just to be a little bit more clear on what those are. So modified condition number 7 just added some wording stating that, as I described in the staff report, this patio was originally proposed to be a shared space, shared with the rest of the tenants, the yogurt shop next door, and whoever else comes and uses the building later on. And staff was a little bit concerned about that, with the alcohol being used on the patio with other tenants that aren't necessarily licensed for that, so on and so forth. So we originally had this condition to put up signage so that customers didn't take alcohol out onto the patio or to the business next door, the yogurt shop. And so the applicant came forward and was concerned about that condition. They obviously wanted to have that alcohol service out on the patio for their customers, and I said, staff's okay with that. However, we need to secure the area so that kids aren't walking up there from the sidewalk off of Golden Valley, so that the yogurt patrons and any other future businesses aren't using the space as well with alcohol out there. So reword it in a way and such so that they would be required to fence it and have direct access to Longboards Pizza only. So that's the modified condition 7. Then, as Derek stated earlier, the added condition number 8 was in regards to the limited beer and wine sales only. So that being said, I want to keep this kind of short as it's been a long night for everybody. So I'm here if you have any questions. Oh, sorry, one more thing. Other than the neighbor that showed up tonight to speak that has now left, staff did not receive any comments from the Ward 4 Neighborhood Advisory Board nor any other neighbors. So with that, with the proposed conditions, staff can make all the findings and recommends approval of the project.
Thank you, Kyle. So I will bring it back to commission, ask for disclosures. Start with Commissioner Olivas.
Commissioner Olivas, I visited the site.
Commissioner Johnson, no disclosures.
Commissioner Griffith Douglas, no disclosures.
Commissioner Hawkins visited the site.
Commissioner Weisky, I'm familiar with the site.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. I'm going to open public comment. As I understand it, I have one request to speak form that I believe is from the gentleman we've spoken about that's not here, which is Dennis Adamson. He had indicated that he was opposed to the SUP for alcohol. I think we've stated in the record the changes that have been made to respond to that. Does anybody else wish to make a public comment on this item? Seeing none, I will close public comment, bring it back to the commission for questions, discussion. Commissioner Weisky.
Thank you. I just would like to remind the applicant's representative that, our policy on receiving amendments to conditions after 6 hours prior to a hearing, that constitutes a continuation for 60 days in order for us to be able to review it in a timely manner. So that's part of the consideration tonight. So that means we wouldn't hear it until December. Just kidding. Thanks for
Commissioner
bringing it in
Weisky's
at
been
10
sitting up
o'clock
here for a
tonight,
long
Derek.
time.
Really appreciate that. I do have a question for Kyle, please. Kyle, condition number 6 says no music shall be allowed outdoors. Can we modify that so that there's no speakers outside either? Or was that entered into the discussion? What's going on there?
For the record, Kyle Chisholm, Assistant Planner. So that's a great question. There was a previous condition with the previous entitlement for the special use permit. The conditions were in the staff report, and that exact condition was in the previous entitlement. So no outdoor speakers are allowed on site.
Okay, so that still is there. This
Correct.
is just in addition
This
to.
is in addition to, so no music whatsoever. We just want to, whether it be live or speakers.
Okay, very good. Thank you. No further question.
Thank you, Commissioner Weisky. Additional questions from the commission? Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are the doors going to be closed if there's music inside? Because we talk about this at every venue that wants to do music late at nighttime or even up till 11 o'clock. The doors have to be shut. Is this also going to be written in the condition?
So it's not proposed that in this set of conditions. However, there are residential adjacency standards that were addressed with the previous entitlement, and with that, there are the typical sound requirements. I believe it's 65 decibels as measured from the exterior of the building. So if they exceed that, then it exceeds a code requirement and it becomes a code enforcement issue. Also, just want to state that they're not proposing a nightclub aspect. of the use. So live entertainment, musicians, such, is not allowed under with this use. So it wouldn't be allowed.
How are they gonna fence off the yogurt shop next to the, I went in there and had yogurt last week, and there's no way that I can see unless you actually build a wall to fence that off from the yogurt.
So that was a concern, and being that it's kind of almost a shared space, but they are two different tenant spaces, and under separate permits and so on and so forth. The business license for the alcohol sales will be specifically limited, and we don't have to condition that. That's going to be a business license requirement, specifically limited to longboards. We don't have an application for Yogurt Beach to allow alcohol, so they can't have alcohol on site.
But what are you gonna do to prevent it, and who's gonna monitor it? I mean, there's nothing there. You can walk in from the pizza joint and go right in to get a yogurt. Is there gonna be somebody monitoring that little doorway saying, hey, you can't bring your beer into here? Because technically, that's what's taking place.
I don't think that, I mean, we don't have a condition, or, we won't be standing there monitoring it per se, but again, it kind of comes back to the business license component. If the yogurt shop is not licensed for alcohol, so they can't, under their current license, they can't serve or have alcohol on site. So I don't really see it as, I mean, I guess they could get a compliance officer could cite them if they were to have, and I don't have a business license representative here, but I believe that Title V would regulate that.
This one's for Derek. What's the occupancy rate for the fire marshal? How's that reduced by putting in a bar or a alcohol serving station? Because right now you have so much square footage on the floor, and you're going to consume some of that with a bar or a serving station. What's the occupancy rate being dropped to?
The floor plan is in place now, and it's not going to change with this, with any approval on this. They're operating exclusively as a restaurant with alcohol service. So there will be no dedicated bar area. It's a beer tap that's part of the ordering line. So they'll be limited to their occupancy rating won't change with this. Is that a sufficient answer?
Yeah, one more thing. When I went there, I kind of measured the wall. That's about 4.5 feet tall. And you and I went over this about a year ago. And I'm just kind of curious how long it's going to be before we get a complaint from one of the 2-story residents that's right down from that wall. What we can do about it, or what we're going to do later on about it. Because eventually it's going to rear its ugly head up when somebody has too much to drink. And yes, you can drink too much beer and come out and hoop and holler as they do, some of the valley people do. We're going to have a situation come up, and we're going to have to be able to rectify it. So.
I would say the best answer for that is that this is a family restaurant. The owner told me tonight that he's been in the bar business in the past, and he wants no part of that world anymore. He's over it. He's done. He's seen all he needs to see. He's excited to. He runs the yogurt place as well. He enjoys having his kids there. He's got neighborhood kids that are working at the yogurt place and the pizza place. So he intends to maintain a family atmosphere. He doesn't want drunks hanging out in his parking lot any more than the neighbors do. Additionally, I would say that there are similar operations permitted throughout the area. I can think of Lamppost Pizza in South Reno. There are houses nearby there. As far as I know, there's no operational issues there.
Okay, additional questions, discussion, or a motion? I'll entertain any of the above.
Commissioner Weisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the case of LDC 18-00008, Longboards Pizza, based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to approve the special use permit subject to the conditions, and I can make all of the findings.
Thank you, Commissioner Weisky. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Commissioner Hawkins, second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Those conditions would be the as amended conditions.
Including amendments to 7 and 8, yes.
Thank you for the clarification, Commissioner Olivas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck with your project. Okay, moving on to item 7.2, case number LDC 18-00011, Lake Ridge Place zone change. Start with the applicant's representative or the applicant.
Yes, my name is Roger Elton. I'm the trustee of the applicant.
Can you move the microphone over
Okay,
closer
sorry.
to you? Thank you very much.
I'm the trustee of the applicant. Let me see how I get this to work on the.
Get Michelle to pull it up here.
Okay, good, thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I'm here this evening. Our planning consultant, John Krampotic, has done the basic work, but was, as a result of unavoidable circumstances, could not be here this evening. We're here to request a rezoning of the site that's shown in the picture. The two parcels, the north parcel and the south parcel, that are presently zoned general office, and are requesting that they be rezoned to MF21 residential. We have no specific project designed at this time. Once the zoning application is approved, assuming it is, then we will then focus on all the specific development code issues. In this case, we'll have to deal specifically with matters such as the hillside ordinance because of the steep topography of the property, the hydrology because of we have an existing man-made drainage way that drains the 10th hole pond from the Lake Ridge Golf Course, and the Golf Club Drive, which is an easement and will ultimately need some form of improvements. There's roadways, sewer, water, and power are all available to the site. In looking at the property, one can see the surrounding residential and golf course and the Lake Ridge tennis club. So it's a desirable area for a living, residential, commercial services, tennis court, Lake Ridge, Starbucks are all within a reasonable distance. The site itself, as I said, was zoned general office. There is an office building existing at the intersection of South McCarran Boulevard and Plumas Street. That office building has been there some years now. It seems to satisfy the need for office in that general area, so there does not seem to be an additional need for more office to be constructed, as could be constructed on the existing site. So basically, let's see. Okay. So again, we're looking at MF21 on our two parcels. You can see the surroundings are residential. To the south of us, MF30 north single family residential, and we feel that this would be a compatible use for the property, and with the demand for residential in the community in this ideal location, we think this would be a great project. In fact, it's, looking at the surrounding area, one could make an argument that this was compatible for MF30 zoning on these two parcels, but we're not seeking that because we're going to build a project that doesn't have that type of density need. So we are seeking the MF 21. The existing, see, where are we? The existing master plan would be compatible with changing the zoning on from general office to MF 21 on our two sites. One, the south parcel is mixed residential, and the north parcel is mixed residential. Excuse me, commercial, I think. Excuse me. Urban residential commercial. Urban residential commercial. The change in the zoning will mean that the intensity of development on the property will be significantly less than would be the case with the general office. Back in 2009, on the property was zoned office, there was a proposed project that was approved that had approximately 400,000 square feet of office space and generated traffic of about somewhat in excess of 3,000 average daily trips. By changing the zoning to MF 21, that's going to bring down the average daily trips to maybe 20% of that number, and there is and the restriction, of course, would be 21 units per acre. Whereas when you have the general office, the only thing that's going to restrict your density is the 5-story limitation and the setbacks. The MF 21, of course, will have 3 stories and a 45-foot height limitation. The uses, general office won't permit any residential to be constructed, which is the reason we need to go forward with the zone change. And many of the uses that would be available under general office don't really seem to be, compatible with much of the surrounding area at this point. So you can see as we go through. In fact, I think there's even a helipad that's permitted on the general office. As such. So overall, we think this would just be an improvement to the area, would provide needed residential, reduce the visual and traffic impact of a building built under the existing current general office zoning. And the Neighborhood Advisory Board did review this. And their comments indicated that there's general support and that the zoning map amendment is compatible, with the surrounding area. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have a presentation from staff, and we'll call you back if we have any questions. Kyle, welcome back.
Take it overhead, thanks. Good evening, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman. Kyle Chisholm, Assistant Planner for the record. So the applicant did a really good comprehensive overview of essentially what this request is. It's a zoning map amendment request from general office GO to multifamily 21 units per acre, MF 21. And he touched on a couple of the most important, concerns, the code requirements, what would be allowed as far as the scope under the 2 current zones. But importantly, I want to go over a little bit, just a brief history of this site, because there's a lot, so I'm not gonna go too much into detail about it. But February '98, there was an SUP approved to construct 115,000 square feet of office space on 9.49 acres, which included this site, the 3-story office building, which is now the Wells Fargo Advisors building on the southwest corner there, that is right here, was a part of that, and it is it's currently constructed as 3-story office building. Since then, the rest of the square footage that was approved with the special use permit has since expired. In February 2008, a master plan amendment from mixed residential to urban commercial was denied, and direction was given to develop under the current master plan designation. And so this request reflects that. The MF21 is a conforming zoning district under both master plan designations, the urban residential commercial and the mixed residential. In 2009, a tentative map and special use permit was approved to allow for the development of 269 residential units and 402,000 square feet of office space, which also included the site. The office space was never constructed. The residential units were a part of that directly to the south of the site, and has since expired. The office, the SUP, or the SUP portion has since expired. Again, I do want to say that in looking at the zoning map amendment, there's no development request at this time. We're strictly looking at findings as related to the zoning map amendment. And I did bring a topo map. Kind of hard to see, but you can see the property line in red there, and the site is bisected by Golf Club Drive. You can see the northern portion of the site is extremely steep. The topography of the site is basically a hill, a steep slope all the way around it with a kind of a sort of a flat knob at the top. The southern site also has some pretty extreme topography going through it. There's a overflow ditch that runs through it currently from the pond that's located directly to the west, which is a pond that is serves as retention for a development across the golf course, a residential development across the golf course. That being said, when if a project were to come forward on the site, it's highly likely that a special use permit would come forward or be triggered as a result of the probably what's going to result in cuts in excess of 10 feet and fills in excess of 20 feet is likely going to be a result of any grading of this site. Also, hillside development ordinance will be triggered, so there will be more than likely a special use permit request for that when the development proposal comes forward. So with that, we'll look at open space requirements and all the grading is associated with that. That being said, the project was presented at the September 19th Ward 2 NAB, and general comments from the NAB members stated that the proposed change was compatible with the area, but traffic and views should be considered. As the applicant had stated earlier, the height requirement, I did want to highlight that. The height requirement is one of the big things that could impact the surrounding areas. The current height limit is 55 feet under the GO zoning, and with a maximum of 3 stories, I believe. And then with the proposed MF21 zoning, the height requirement drops down to 45 with a maximum of 2 stories, excuse me. So the scale for potential development drops quite a bit with that. And when you have a site that sits on top of a big knob or a steep slope, that's important to consider. So that being said, NAB was in general supportive of it. Staff did receive 2 calls and 1 email in relation to the project. 1 was in support of the change, and 2 were not in support. Staff can make all the applicable findings and recommends that the Planning Commission recommend approval of the zoning amendment to the City Council by ordinance. And be here if you have any other questions.
Okay, thank you, Kyle, appreciate that. Bring it back to the commission for disclosures. Commissioner Weisky?
I rode to the site. I also want to disclose I live near the site, but I am outside the noticing of the site, so I don't have to recuse myself.
Commissioner Hawkins, familiar with the site, spoke to the applicant's representative.
Commissioner Griffith spoke briefly with the applicant's representative.
Commissioner Johnson, I spoke with the applicant's representative. I believe I received that email, and I drive by the site daily.
Commissioner Olivas visited the site, spoke with the applicant's representative, and received the email.
This is a public hearing, so I'm going to open public comment. I do have one request to speak form from Dave Snellgrove.
Oh, you can leave, actually, oh, you know what? Here, that one, that works fine. Good evening, for the record, Dave Snellgrove, Planning and Right-of-Way Manager of CFA. We're here on behalf of the adjacent property owner of the existing Wells Fargo building, gentleman by the name of Bob Mueller. He's the managing partner for Mueller 3 LLC. And he owns the existing Wells Fargo office building, which is located directly adjacent to the proposed zone change area. I'm here neither in opposition nor in favor in representing that. There were questions and concerns that came to me in a telephone conversation on Monday of this week, and Mr. Mueller requested that we come and represent his interest and get some items onto the record. Some of them Mr. Elton had addressed, and also Mr. Chisholm had addressed relative to the future development plans for the property and some of the things that would have to be looked at. We know that there's a strong need for multifamily housing in the area. It's been well documented over the past few months and year, give or take. However, we're not able to review or gain an understanding of what the development layout and proposed qualitative nature of the future project will be, and that's where most of the questions come from. Primary concerns to Mr. Mueller right now are grading transitions and the overall design of the buildings and how they'll be situated and located on the site. Roadway improvements. The Golf Club Drive currently exists as what's equivalent to a half-street improvement, and that would need to be widened out, and I think that was mentioned both by Mr. Elton and I think alluded to by Mr. Chisholm in their presentations. One big area of question concern with the increase in traffic right now, the office building, and as it has existed, golf course also has a full movement access. Here we know that there's going to be more traffic coming out, and there can be some concerns relative to full movements in proximity to McCarran Boulevard. So we would hope that any future decision or location for an access would provide full movements in and out, both north and south, and full movements in and out, left and right movements. So we're happy to work with Mr. Kompotic and Mr. Elton on this. I did have a chance to meet Mr. Elton before the hearing on this case, and we exchanged business cards, and I will pass that along to Mr. Mueller. And we know that there's more to come with this. So with that, I'll close my presentation and be available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else wishing to make a statement on this? Not, I will close public comment and bring it back once again to the commission for questions, discussion, any of the above. Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for Janelle. Oh. Full movement. Can you explain to me how that's going to work on that topo map?
Yeah, Shawnee Dunnigan, Senior Engineering Technician for the record. So are you talking about the full movement down at Golf Club at Plymouth?
Yes.
So with my preliminary numbers of what we did, odds are they're going to trigger that infill development for a traffic study, which is 50 peak hour trips. So they will have to look at that. on just my opinion, I imagine there's going to be a restriction to ride in, ride out. Going left on Club out to Plymouth Street, especially that close to McCarran, poses an access management issue. So, but that will be determined with a project.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? Discussion? Motion? Y'all still with me? It's 10:30 at night. Written.
Commissioner Griffith Douglas for the record. Case, in regards to case number LDC 18-00011, Lake Ridge Place zone change, I move to recommend that City Council approve the zoning map amendment by ordinance.
Okay. I have a second from Commissioner Weisky. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Good luck with yours. Well, there's no project yet, so. Which I need to get on the record, there's no project yet. Okay. Moving down the agenda, item 8, Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Liaison Report. Who wants to enlighten us?
Vice Chairman, we have a meeting coming up next week. That's your update.
Perfect. I like that update. Item number 9, staff announcements.
Claudia Hanson, Planning Manager. At our last council meeting, let me get to the right page, a couple of abandonments were approved, so those did not come before you. One was at Silvercrest Drive, up north of Parr, and then an alley at between 6th and 7th for a student housing project. And the Sierra Senior Care PUD amendment was adopted. And 440 Ridge Street was initiated to be placed on the local register, or was placed on the local register of historic places, and City Council initiated a zoning map amendment for the historic overlay, so that will be coming before you as a zone change. And that's all I have tonight.
Thank you. Item 10, Commissioner suggestions for future agenda items. Hearing none. Item 11, public comment. This item is for either public comment on any action item or for any general public comment. I do not see any public comment cards. I see everybody heading out rather than in, so I will open and close public comment and bring it back to item 12 and look for adjournment.
Commissioner Weisky, so moved.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Good night. Thanks, everyone.